Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commune, debate at second reading of Bill C-35, Justice for Victims of Terrorism Act.
Mr. Kent, for Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that Bill C-35, an act to deter terrorism and to amend the State Immunity Act, be now read a second time and refer to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Debate. The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a pleasure to have this opportunity at second reading to speak about how this government is delivering on its commitment to protect the safety and security of Canadians both at home and abroad from terrorist activities, while giving those who do fall victim to heinous acts of terrorism an ability to fight back. Bill C-35, an act to deter terrorism and to amend the State Immunity Act, is a result of victims' initiatives championed by an organization called the Canadian Coalition Against Terror, known by its acronym CCAT, which represents Canadian terror victims. CCAT has played a critical role in driving this bill forward. I'd like to personally credit Danny Eisen and Cheryl Sapiria, two young Canadians who've put heart and soul into CCAT. Credit is due as well to many supporters across Canada who contributed time and effort to this important initiative. But the driving force, Mr. Speaker, has been Maureen Buznicki, who lost her husband, Ken, in the 9/11 destruction of the Twin Towers in New York City. Maureen has been joined in this CCAT cause over the years by Canadians of all communities in the Canadian community of communities who have also had their lives and the lives of loved ones touched by terror. The legislation before us today will provide the Government of Canada with another important tool to protect Canadians from acts of terrorism while ensuring that victims of these heinous acts have a chance to seek justice. Over the last few years, all of us have been witness to the horrible carnage that terrorism can and does leave in its wake. Canadians have been personally affected by terrorism, including constituents from my riding of Thornhill. We've witnessed the broken lives, the broken communities, and the constant state of fear and panic which innocent bystanders as well as victims and their families are forced to endure. Most recently, we heard of a string of terrorist attacks in Pakistan where innocent civilians were indiscriminately massacred. The bombings in Mumbai, the attacks on Sri Lanka's national cricket team, the recent arrest of 7 people on suspicion of planning a terrorist attack in Amsterdam, all chilling reminders of the continuing threat of terrorism. Et le Canada n'est pas à l'abri.
And Canada is not safe from such a threat. Hundreds of Canadians died in the bombing of Air India Flight 182, the most heinous act of terrorism in Canada's history and the most serious in North America before the tragic events of 9/11. Canada has been designated as the target of potential attacks by organizations such as Al-Qaeda. We have also witnessed the success of lawsuits launched against terrorists who were born or recruited in our country before they could put their plans into action. We must not bury our heads in the sand and pretend that this country has no need to participate in the global fight to eradicate terrorist acts. We must continue to take concrete, energetic measures in this regard. And that is the rationale for Bill C-35, the Act to Deter Terrorism and amend the State Immunity Act.
Mr. Speaker, we need to take steps to prevent these acts from occurring in the first place. And when they do occur, we need to ensure that victims' voices are heard. That is what Bill C-35 is all about. Bill C-35, Mr. Speaker, demonstrates this government's commitment to deterring terrorism and to giving victims the possibility to seek redress. Specifically, it creates a course of action to allow victims of terrorism to sue perpetrators and supporters of terrorism. It modifies the State Immunity Act to allow the Government of Canada to lift the immunity of states that are deemed to support terrorism. It demonstrates Canada's leadership in combating terrorism and terrorist supporters. Mr. Speaker, providing victims with an opportunity to seek justice for violent acts committed against them is a fundamental tenet of our legal system and a cornerstone of Canadian society. Criminals, including terrorists, need to be held to account. They need to know there are consequences to their actions. Victims, too, need to know that their interests are paramount and that they can move on with their lives to every extent possible. Canada applies these principles domestically. The bill before us today will further extend them to some of the most callous acts of violence imaginable, regardless of whether they are committed here in Canada or overseas. Bill C-35 will allow victims to use courts to seek redress, provided they can show a real and substantial connection between their action and Canada. The burden of proof is lower in civil cases. Civil suits will deter future acts of violence by bankrupting or financially impairing the terrorist infrastructure through successful judgments and/or by causing terror sponsors to refrain from future sponsorship out of fear of the publicity and exposure that would result from a civil suit. Bill C-35, Mr. Speaker, proposes to allow victims to seek redress not just from the perpetrators of terrorist acts, but also from their supporters. Mr. Speaker, today we know that terrorist groups seldom act alone. The scale and sophistication of terrorist operations in recent years often requires vast amounts of financial and organizational support. That support can come from other entities and even from other states. Indeed, many observers have often described the relationship between terrorist groups and certain governments as one of a state operating within a state. The present reality, Mr. Speaker, is that money is the lifeblood of terrorism. One of the most effective ways to deter terrorism and to put terrorists out of business is therefore to hit them where it can hurt the most, in the pocketbook. The bill before us today, an act to deter terrorism and to amend the State Immunity Act, will do just that by allowing victims of terrorism to sue perpetrators and supporters of terrorism, including those states that support terrorism, while respecting the important international relations that we have. Par exemple, le projet de loi.
For example, Bill C-35 will allow victims of terrorist acts to seek redress for loss and damage caused by a terrorist act perpetrated throughout the world as of January 1st, 1995 or after, where victims can establish the existence of a real and substantial link between the cause of action and Canada. The targets of these lawsuits will be both the perpetrators of these terrorist acts and their supporters, including certain states known to support terrorism. Regarding these states, Bill C-35 will seek to lift their immunity under certain conditions so that governments that support terrorism can no longer hide behind the pretext of rules and international rules, or rather agreements established between countries that purport to be civilized and respectful of legislation.
5 international monitors appointed to oversee the implementation of Security Council measures against terrorism and terrorist financing once noted, major terrorism's financial abettors and supporter have so far successfully avoided criminal prosecution. Civil liability cases associated with terrorism might therefore constitute the best constraint we have against their activities and our best chance to hold them accountable. Bill C-35 proposes, Mr. Speaker, to do exactly this by lifting state immunity for states known to support terrorism. The decision to list such countries will be made by the Minister of Foreign Affairs in consultation with the Minister of Public Safety and will be subject to review every 2 years. Listed countries will also be able to make a written application for delisting, which again will be reviewed by the Minister of Foreign Affairs in consultation with the Minister of Public Safety. There are, therefore, Mr. Speaker, safeguards and review mechanisms built into this provision, striking the appropriate balance between accountability, justice, and fairness. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us today is also reasonable. It proposes to give the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of Finance the discretion to help victims identify and locate the property of a foreign state against which a judgment has been rendered, provided such assistance falls within the Minister's mandate, and it is in Canada's best interest to do so. Mr. Speaker, the provisions of Bill C-35 respond to the needs of victims. They respond to the needs of Canadians who want us to work together to put an end to terrorist acts and to ensure that we protect their safety and their security, both at home as well as abroad. Several years have now passed since that terrible day in 2001 when Canadians and people from around the world became aware of just how much they were at risk and how committed terrorists are to causing untold and indiscriminate damage. Depuis ce temps, avec ses alliés.
Since this time, with its allies, Canada has stood up to speak out, saying that we are not afraid, we're not going to back down from terrorists or give in to fear.
To back down, Mr. Speaker, from terrorists or to give in to fear. We're going to meet the threats they pose head on and take the necessary steps to protect this country, protect our fellow citizens, and help ensure that terrorists do not succeed in raining havoc amongst our friends, our neighbours, and our allies overseas. That's the commitment all of us as Canadians made in 2001. It's the commitment that all of us today as Canadians still believe in. The bill presently before us gives this country another important tool in our efforts to both deter terrorism and to help ensure that victims get the justice they so rightly deserve. Mr. Speaker, that is what our government is committed to do and what the legislation before us today is all about. I therefore urge honourable members to give speedy passage to the bill we're debating today and send one loud and very clear message to all those who would threaten our safety and security that Canada is prepared to do anything and everything we can do to defeat terrorism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government has brought in a number of pieces of legislation which attempt to address the issue of victims of crime. The repeal of the faint hope clause, the serious fraud sentencing provisions, the limitations on conditional sentences for serious crimes. In fact, we often hear victims of crime saying that they are both appalled and frustrated at some of the changes that have been made to our justice system by the former Liberal government. So I'd like to ask Mr. Kent, is this bill just another example of our government acting strongly on behalf of victims, and isn't it about time that victims' voices were given greater weight in our justice system?
I believe the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre may have used a proper name. Just to remind him that we use titles or ridings in this place. The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Indeed, sir, this bill allows any victim of terrorism, and unfortunately in Canada today there are too many whose lives, as I said, have been touched by acts of terrorism in recent years, and who continue in some cases to live under further acts of terrorism. This bill would allow any victim of terrorism past that effective date mentioned in my speech to file an action in Canada to seek redress for loss, damages resulting from such a terrorist act committed by a terrorist entity listed under the Criminal Code. And it would also, as I said, allow redress against other persons or organizations who supported financially or in other ways the terrorist and the terrorist action. The court would determine whether and how to hear the case by determining whether there is a real and substantial connection between the action and Canada. And I think, Mr. Speaker, in considering this bill, we need to consider the words delivered in a speech yesterday by the new head of CSIS, who said that too many in our community, in our country, in our society, and in the media seem to think that terrorism is an issue that exists beyond our borders, that in fact it is unrealistic and unreasonable to pursue the sorts of changes and improvements to our criminal justice system, as mentioned by the honourable member, or in fact the sorts of measures which are provided for in Bill C-35. The new head of CSIS made it very clear that, in fact, there is a real threat. It is around us every day for those who would open their eyes. And again, Mr. Speaker, I think the words from a leading and informed member of the intelligence community should be heeded by all Canadians and certainly by members of this House.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaire. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister of State for his intervention. I have a couple of questions and then maybe a comment to start off. Is I think the comments that we all followed of the new head of CSIS, I think should be put in context. I'm not sure that I see a direct connection with this bill. I understand his concerns, but I think what we're referring to here in this bill is opening up a piece of law that people have been concerned about, that right now state immunity applies simply for financial concerns and not other areas. However, I'll leave that aside for now. In the bill, it was mentioned there's a list that will be compiled, Mr. Speaker, and I will be speaking to the bill later, and I will enumerate my concerns with the bill in this area. I think everyone supports the notion of being able to deal with the issue of grievances as it relates to terrorism, but many are concerned, and I share their concerns, with having this list, and people who support changing the immunity of players around the world for various things have mentioned this concern. So I want to ask the Minister of State as to, does he not share the concerns of others of limiting this legislation to a list that is derived by Cabinet, notwithstanding the review of 2 years, as he mentioned? Because others share that, I share that with them, and I'd like to see that certainly amended. And finally, does he really think, and I'm being very straight up about this, that terrorists will be deterred by legislation that is passed in Canada? I really question that assumption, and I'd like to hear his thoughts on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for reasonable commentary and for perfectly reasonable and valid questions. I think that first, to address the matter of listings, we have to remember that there are 111 countries, more than 100 countries, with which Canada today does not have extradition agreements. Lifting the immunity of these states would expose, it's true, some of Canada's strategic international partners, including countries with which we share a strong commitment to fighting terrorism. The creation, Mr. Speaker, of a listing regime is necessary to provide flexibility in protecting both Canada's national interests as well as the needs of victims. The listing regime set out in Bill C-35 shows that the government is providing global leadership, I think it's fair to say, in denouncing and clearly identifying these supporters of terrorism. And I think to my colleague's question about the reality of the impact that Bill C-35 might have in terms of discouraging those thinking of considering a terrorist act against Canadians or Canadian properties here or abroad. I think that, of course, we realize that those determined to commit terrorist acts may not be discouraged by a mere law or by civil behavior or the reasonable relations of communities around the world, but it does discourage those who would support and finance those individuals. And it is, I mean, it's an equal reality, Mr. Speaker, that these acts of terrors cannot be carried out without financing, and in many cases, substantial financing, and that by discouraging those who support and finance terrorists, wherever they might be in the world, admittedly, it will be easier to prosecute within Canada under the criminal code than abroad, but this does discourage, and we believe will have significant benefit to discourage terrorism here and abroad.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I just had another question to the Minister of State that many have had concerns about, and that is the limits of this bill, and that many wanted to see, in terms of priority, the reach of our ability to go after those who involve themselves in torture of Canadian citizens. In fact, there's many groups who wanted to see that as a primary focus before perhaps this issue, because of some of the reasons he just mentioned in terms of state actors and how that could affect our relations with countries that we're trying to work with to, in fact, stem terrorism. And that remains a concern of many. But I'm just wondering why this legislation didn't open it up to the issue of torture. As we know, Mr. Arar and others were tortured by regimes, by state actors, and it would seem that this would be in line with where the government's going in terms of opening this facet up. So I'm just wondering, the question is the government contemplating this to go beyond terrorism? And
I'm going to have to stop the member there to allow the Minister of State 30 seconds to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for raising valid concerns. The short answer is no. This particular bill is aimed at terrorists and the sponsors of terrorists in the interests of victims and their families. And I think that any other legislation would merely distract from the central purpose of this particular law. C-35 certainly deserves due consideration and debate, but it is what it is, and we believe it's a law which should pass expeditiously through the House. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Les prises de débat. L'honorable député de Mount Royal.
Honourable member for Mount Royal.
It has been said that the world changed on September 11th. I do not know whether the world changed or whether a darker side of our universe was somehow exposed. But what is clear is that September 11th was a transformative event, impacting on our psyches as well as on our politics, on our priorities as well as on our purposes. 8 years ago, the reach of global terrorism was illustrated tragically, more vividly, viscerally, and violently to Canadians than ever before. 24 Canadian families lost loved ones in the 9/11 attacks, reminding us also of the horror of Air India years earlier. Amid the horror and outrage, our government reacted and enacted legislation in the form of Bill C-36. Accordingly, while the threat of terrorism or any legislative response to it was not even on the parliamentary or political radar screen before September 11th, it dominated the discourse thereafter and since the enactment of the anti-terror as well. But I want to suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that the private member's bill that I introduced on behalf of my party is a more dramatic and correct approach in order to provide justice and redress by way of civil remedy to victims of terror, while at the same time effectively deterring the state's perpetrators and sponsors of terrorism. What we have to understand, Mr. Speaker, and this applies both to the government legislation and our own, and here I agree with the generic premise of the government legislation respecting the need to amend the State Immunity Act. For while acts of terrorism are clearly illegal under international law, customary international law has historically given states immunity from suit in domestic courts. And so we have the situation where Canada's State Immunity Act, in accordance with this basic principle of customary international law, affirmed the principle that a foreign state is immune from jurisdiction in any court in Canada, with certain specific exceptions. Ironically, there is an exception for commercial activity, but there is not an exception for terrorist activity. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have a situation where, simply put, our State Immunity Act unconscionably favors foreign states that aid and abets terrorists over Canadians who are harmed by that terror. It removes impunity with respect to commercial transactions, but it retains immunity with respect to terrorist actions. It is in that context that I introduced a private member's bill to rectify this inversion of rights and remedy, this inversion of law and morality. Under this legislation, when a state engages in the sponsorship of terrorism, it deserves no protection from our federal government. When a state supports a terrorist group that targets Canadians, our Canadian tax dollars should not be spent on defending that state's immunity from liability. Mr. Speaker, the private member's bill that I introduced sets forth in its preamble the raison d'etre for this legislation. I would acknowledge that this raison d'etre may well be the objective of the government's legislation, and indeed features of their preamble and their legislation very much resemble the features in my private member's bill. But what I will seek to show is, while we both may have the same objectives in mind, regrettably, the Conservative legislation does not secure, at the end of the day, redress for victims of terror, nor does it deter the state perpetrators of terror, because the listing framework set forth in the government legislation undermines their very objectives in the legislation itself, as I will show. But let me turn now to our preamble in Bill C-408, which sets forth the raison d'etre for the legislation. It speaks clearly to the fact that the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1373, enacted in the aftermath of 2001 and subsequent UN Security Council resolutions thereafter, reaffirmed that acts of international terrorism constitute a threat to international peace and security, reaffirmed the need to combat by all means, as our preamble puts it, in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, threats to international peace and security caused by terrorist acts, states that the prohibition against terrorism, as well as the prevention, repression and elimination of terrorism, are peremptory norms of international law, what are referred to as jus cogens, accepted and recognized by the international community of states as a whole as norms from which no derogation is possible, Mr. Speaker. And that the support and financing of terrorism are criminal acts under international law and not sovereign acts for which a state is entitled to immunity. And that the victims of terrorist acts include individuals who are physically, emotionally, or psychologically injured by the terrorist acts, as well as their family members, that hundreds of Canadians have been murdered or injured in terrorist attacks, that the Government of Canada reported itself to the Security Council that fighting terrorism is the highest priority for the Government of Canada. And I close here with respect to our preamble, and I acknowledge that many of these same principles are set forth in the preamble of the government legislation. So as to objective, there may well be a shared objective, but as to the achievement of that objective, the legislations then diverge, and I will show, Mr. Speaker, in a few moments exactly how that divergence undermines the very purpose of the legislation of the government, but I will suggest that that purpose is secured by our private members' legislation. And finally, the preamble states that it is in the public interest to enable plaintiffs to bring civil lawsuits against terrorists and their sponsors, which will have the effect of impairing the function of terrorist groups, thereby deterring and preventing future terrorist attacks. Admittedly, Mr. Speaker, and this needs to be said, prior to the introduction of Bill C-35, or the introduction of my private member's bill, victims of terrorist acts arguably had the capacity to sue individual terrorists or terrorist entities or groups for loss of or damage suffered, using Canadian civil responsibility or tort principles in that regard. And in fact, if one looked into the situation, there indeed have been civil suits previously in this regard that, in fact, address terrorists, the sponsors themselves. And I would also say in that regard that at first blush there may be some concern, therefore, that while the existing legislation has allowed under civil law, delictual law in Quebec, or the common law of tort remedies to be taken, that this legislation, either that proposed by the government or that proposed by us, raises some constitutional concerns because it attaches civil remedies to federal legislation when such civil remedies are normally thought to be matters within provincial jurisdiction. However, as the constitutional law will show, Parliament can establish provisions related to civil redress if they are established within the context of broader regulatory or administrative schemes which are themselves within Parliament's legislative jurisdiction under the Constitution Act, or more specifically, if they are under the federal jurisdiction in matters related to criminal law, and certainly anti-terrorism law in its pith and substance is not only matters related to criminal law, but matters of national concern, matters that the courts have held are within the peace, order and good government clause, and that the civil remedies are in that sense ancillary to a power that already exists within federal jurisdiction. Other concerns, have been raised, Mr. Speaker, which I will just very quickly refer to them because they have risen in debate this morning, and they will arise in discussions before the committee, and it might be useful to just address them very quickly. Apart from the constitutional issue, a reference has been made by my honourable colleague from the New Democratic Party on the matter that this legislation gives a right of civil remedy to victims of terrorism, but does not give a right of civil remedy to victims of torture. That is correct, Mr. Speaker, but the reason for that is not that victims of torture do not have a right to civil remedy. They do. And, Mr. Speaker, I can even give notice now that I will be introducing legislation that will also provide a civil remedy for victims of torture in the same way that my private member's bill purports to give a civil remedy to victims of terror. But the issues, from a legal point of view, as I will point out at the time of the introduction of my private member's bill, are different in terms of the characterization of the issues, the nature of the remedy, the character of the perpetrator, and the like, and one could not commingle the two in this legislation because one would do a disservice to both. Another concern that has been raised is the fact that diplomatic concerns may arise with respect to this legislation, and this leads to the final concern, and that is the matter of the listing of legislation. And here, Mr. Speaker, we come to the core of the differences between our legislation. Simply put, the Conservative legislation takes as its basic premise that state immunity should still operate. In other words, victims of terrorism, and this is crucial, Mr. Speaker, victims of terrorism under the government legislation will be unable to sue a country that should be held responsible unless the Canadian government decides it should be held responsible. And so, whether a foreign state is listed will always be the subject of political negotiations between governments. It will always be an issue of executive discretion. It will always have an element of arbitrariness about it, and it will take away the basic right of civil remedy from the victims themselves. In other words, Mr. Speaker, after studying the government's proposed legislation, and while I may share their purpose, and I'm not questioning the intention, I regard it as necessary in terms of justice for victims of terrorism to put before this House, as I have, a bill that properly addresses the evil of transnational terrorism, that properly targets the impunity of those states that perpetrate, sponsor, or finance acts of terrorism, and that properly allows Canadian victims of terrorism to seek justice. We have an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to provide redress for Canadian victims anchored in principles of domestic and international law. Regrettably, Mr. Speaker, the government's bill handcuffs the victims of terrorism by subjecting them to a political list of countries that the government chooses to target. In this, the government bill fails victims of terrorism and places politics above justice. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, the government's bill takes as its basic premise that state immunity should still operate, which undermines its own purpose in the legislation, even when a state is being charged with supporting terrorism. Only those states that the government chooses to single out will be held accountable. The legislation, the government's legislation, politicizes the legislation, as victims of terrorism have themselves noticed. Our own legislation, my private member's bill, is premised on the foundational principle that sponsors of terrorism do not deserve to be shielded by Canadian law, and thus state immunity should not continue to operate for such perpetrators of terrorism as it will continue to operate under the government bill. And I move to a close, Mr. Speaker, in referring to the words of Victor Comras that were invoked by the government in order to support their legislation. A former senior official in the U.S. State Department who testified before our Senate Standing Committee for Legal and Constitutional Affairs. Mr. Comras explained how maintaining a list of designated countries ended up undermining the U.S. legislation. And so the authority that they rely on, Mr. Victor Comras, comes before our Standing Committee in the Senate and says, don't go there. Don't enact that legislation. His exact words were, if we had to do it over again, I have no doubt we would have done it without a list. And then he concluded in his testimony here in Canada, please learn from our lesson. Do not make the same mistake. Mr. Speaker, the government, which is invoking Mr. Comras as authority for their legislation, is making the exact mistake that Mr. Comras warned against. And I invite the government to, in fact, respond to Mr. Comras, whom they themselves quoted. And while we share the basic principle with the government that victims of terror must have a civil remedy with respect to deterring acts of terror, with respect to providing justice for victims of terror, with respect to giving them standing before the courts to confront the terrorist perpetrators and the like, with respect to removing any immunity from civil liability before Canadian courts, that will only be accomplished, Mr. Speaker, if we adopt the private member's bill or if the government will be responsive and amend its legislation so as to include the basic principled approach to providing civil remedies for victims of terror that is contained in our private member's bill. And then we can go forward in common cause, the government and the opposition, provide victims of terror with a civil remedy that will effectively deter terrorism, that will effectively hold terrorists liable, that will effectively remove immunity from such terrorists, their sponsors, their agents, and their like, and that will give and secure justice as it must be done for victims of terror. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague. I am indeed reassured that both the private members' bill and the government bill C-35 have a common objective, and I think that my colleague is absolutely correct in characterizing the only significant differences between the listing of states. Mr. Speaker, just let me say this list will be created by the government, and it will be created to recognize the 41 terrorist entities which are now listed pursuant to the Canadian Criminal Code. But lifting of all states' immunity, and Mr. Comras's words are indeed correct. Mr. Comras has said many things, and I think that it is quite reasonable for a government or an individual to accept some of his opinions and statements and conclusions as worthy of inclusion and consideration in Canadian law, but not necessarily holus bolus everything that he said. Canada recognizes, Mr. Speaker, that lifting all states' immunity may in fact have a significant effect on Canada's international relations, interests, and foreign policies, particularly on democratic allies which have little or no likelihood of ever being listed as supporters or sponsors of state terrorism. So I would ask the honourable member whether the ability to amend and to add to the list as time changes, there is provision for a review every 2 years, after all, is not a pragmatic way of moving forward.
Honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Honourable Minister that we have the same objective. But where the Minister says that the only significant difference is the issue of listing, or the only single difference, as he might even put it, I would have to say, Mr. Speaker, that is a dramatic difference which goes to the core of the difference in our legislation, and where it undermines the very purpose, as I indicated, of the government's raison d'etre in its legislation. It is a crucial difference, for listing retains the principle of state immunity for the most part. And in our legislation, we wish to reverse the notion, and whereas the Conservative bill takes as its basic premise that state immunity should still operate, and victims of terrorism will be unable to sue a country that should be held responsible unless the Canadian government decides it should be held responsible. Under our legislation, we take the basic premise that state immunity should not operate an injustice by denying victims of terrorism their day in court. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Minister did raise a point about what about, if I can sum him up, that listing may prevent frivolous or vexatious lawsuits against our democratic allies and the like. Mr. Speaker, that is why our private member's bill, while it removes immunity from state perpetrators of terrorism and state sponsors of terrorism, it also has an exception with respect to civil remedies for victims of terror, where it refers to those countries with whom we have an extradition treaty, i.e. those countries that respect and are anchored in the rule of law, an independent judiciary, democratic process, and the like. In those countries, the victims of terror can seek redress in those countries because of the democratic nature of the regime and in the independent judiciary and due process. So we have addressed that issue. What we are saying is, with the rest of the international community, The situation should not be an arbitrary listing which is always going to be subject to political negotiation, which is going to compound and make our foreign relations more difficult, where the government makes the choice as to who should be sued, rather than the victim being able to exercise the judgment as to whom should be sued. In other words, it still retains the principle of state immunity. Our private member's bill removes state immunity, except, and this is the exception, for democracies anchored in the rule of law. And again, I invite the government and the minister. I believe there is the possibility to frame legislation between the government's bill and ours that will protect victims of terror, offer them an effective remedy, and remove the principle of state immunity, which continues to operate under the government's legislation through the listing process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the Liberal Party for his intervention. And I was asking the Minister of State, Mr. Speaker, the question about listing. And I'm wondering if my colleague could talk a little bit about the possibilities of changing this bill, because my belief, and I certainly will be making comments after QP about this bill, is that unless that's taken out of the bill, this bill will be hard to support. And I think that these are crucial amendments that he's underlined. And I would also hope and get his comments on if we can't amend the bill to also protect the victims of torture. Well, I'd like his comment on that. And if not in this bill, then his feelings about when we should do that, because I think his private members' initiatives are important in this area, and I'd like his comments on that, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to respond, and I want to say that I think that victims of torture deserve a right of civil redress, no less than do victims of terror. My only point was that from a legal point of view, you could not commingle the two principles in the same bill without doing a disservice to both. And therefore, I introduced a private member's bill with respect to providing a civil remedy for victims of terror, and I will be introducing shortly a private member's bill to provide a civil remedy for victims of torture. In that way, we will have two distinguishable, though related, bills with respect to the matter of principle, but in the matter of process, we will be able to go forward effectively to secure the rights of victims of torture and terror, respectively. In the matter of the listing, I regard this as a fundamental issue here because, as I say, it goes to the core of the principle of state immunity. The whole purpose of the government introducing its legislation and my introducing my legislation is to remove this operating principle of state immunity so as to provide victims of terror a civil remedy which they cannot now have because of the State Immunity Act. So if we are going to amend the State Immunity Act, we have to amend it in a way that gives an effective right of redress to victims of terror. If we keep the listing system, we not only deprive the victims of terror of an effective right of redress, but we don't effectively deter the state perpetrators of terrorism and the state sponsors of terrorism, because unless they are somehow arbitrarily put in that list, they themselves retain the immunity from suit. And putting them on a list, as the government chooses to do, also, in fact, invokes a kind of arbitrariness in the whole process. So to retain the principle of effectively amending the State Immunity Act to give victims of terror an effective right of redress, we strongly urge the government to remove the listing approach, and then we can combine to put together a bill that will serve the needs of victims of terror, that will effectively deter terrorism, that will properly amend the State Immunity Act, and that will be consonant with both our domestic law, our international law, and the UN Security Council resolutions and the like that I referred to earlier in our preamble as a raison d'etre for this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
brief question, a very brief question from the honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Just say to the member how proud all of us are in the Liberal caucus, and I'm sure in the whole House, to have somebody of his calibre focusing his great attention on this question. I'd like to ask the member to comment on this thought, that in fact, although the minister referred to the political difficulties of listing certain countries with respect to our foreign relations, would the member not agree with me that in fact by listing, by turning this into a political act by the government, putting countries on the list, it constantly politicizes an issue and makes an issue more difficult, when in fact the purpose of the legislation is to grant a civil right to victims that would be there, in a sense, regardless of politics. That it's not because one country or another is on a list that there's a problem, it's because that victim can prove in court that in fact that country is responsible for an act of terrorism.
A brief response from the honourable member for Mount Royal.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the government's bill regrettably will introduce a standing politicisation. The government will be engaged in negotiating which governments should be on the list or should be removed from the list, and the victims of terror will be denied their effective redress. Remove the list, give the victims of terror an effective redress, and deter acts of terrorism at the same time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond, Athabasca. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Question period is coming up, so obviously, unfortunately, you're going to have to cut me off in the middle of this big 20-minute speech, but no one will lose out, because I'll come back to conclude my speech on C35 thereafter. The purpose is to, in fact, amend the State Immunity Act to prevent the foreign state from claiming immunity from the jurisdiction of Canadian courts. The Bloc Québécois has already expressed a number of reservations about this bill, but we're prepared to study in committee. I've always said that all legislation, unless it's totally far-fetched and flies in the face of our values, at least deserves to be studied, warrants being studied in committees to determine whether we can improve the legislation. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that here we have a whole host of questions. There are a number of irritants in this bill, and we really need to address them in order to satisfy the Bloc Québécois at the end of the day. Now, to begin with, Mr. Speaker, this is the State Immunity Act that prevents prosecution against them. It offers foreign states immunity before any Canadian court, and therefore prevents prosecution against a foreign state in Canada, even though for crimes recognised in international courts. Now, especially if the criminal is Canadian, this is important. Ezra William Sampson, for example, Mayara fall into this category. Now, the legislative text currently allows for us to prosecute foreign agents committed outside Canada, where the victim or the perpetrator of the action must have Canadian citizenship when the crime is committed, or the perpetrator of these actions or crimes must be in Canada. However, criminal law doesn't enable these citizens to be compensated. So that's the current state of affairs in Canada. That's the status quo. Now, here are the changes proposed by the government. By creating the Justice for Victims of Terrorism Act and by amending the State Immunity Act, the federal government is lifting this immunity and enables these individuals to prosecute, Canadians to prosecute those who've taken part in criminal acts or prosecute the states that have financed or protected these perpetrators. Now, succinctly speaking, at first blush, it seems like a good idea to give victims an opportunity to see justice done, because currently it's almost impossible to obtain redress. And people say that our legislation lacks teeth, and I think it's a good idea to be able to seek redress and punish the culprits and wrongdoers so that justice is done, and so that those victims are able to at least confront legally speaking, those people that have hurt them. Now, I think that there are many parties in this House that have also noted that there are huge defects with this legislation, and so obviously we're not going to be able to we're not going to be able to have victims compensated at the end of the day. That's the important thing to consider. And as legislators, we need to determine whether legislation really has teeth and will be effective, and that's not the case with Bill C-35. Under this bill, foreign states and terrorist organisations cannot be sued unless they are on the government list. We don't know which countries will be on that list, but if those states have sponsored the terrorist organisations that are listed that have caused damage, whether or not the state has been directly implicated, if they've carried out one of the following acts: provided goods for the purpose of terrorism acts, provide goods or services for the purpose of terrorist acts, have in one's possession goods for the purpose of committing a terrorist act, participate in a terrorist group, facilitate any terrorist act of terrorism, the commit a criminal act for the benefit of a terrorist organisation, or call on an individual to implement a terrorist act, or support or sponsor anyone who is likely to or who may take part in a terrorist act, or to facilitate such a course of action. The courts only have jurisdiction to hear an action if the case has a substantial link with Canada, so you have to demonstrate that there's a real and substantial connection between their cause of action and Canada. So, for example, on a Canadian ship or aircraft. So that, in summary, is what Bill C-35 does. Now, the Bloc Québécois has a number of misgivings. There are a number of irritants in this bill. We have some reservations. Nevertheless, we'd like the bill to be referred back to committee so that we can discuss all the ins and outs of this bill. Now, I know I have a couple of seconds left, Mr. Speaker. The redress offered by the government under C-35 may never see the light of day, and victims may never be compensated. The state, which is sued or prosecuted, may at the end of the day refuse to compensate the victims despite the decision. I'll continue after question period, Mr. Speaker, and I'll outline all my reservations about this particular piece of legislation. I'd like to thank the honourable member. He has 14 minutes left to complete his remarks on this bill.
Today to recognize an important organization in my riding that has been changing lives and bettering our community one resident at a time. Luke 15 House is a Christian, not-for-profit organization that has helped hundreds of area residents in their efforts to fight addictions and a transition into a new life. Last Friday, Luke 15 held their annual fundraiser where I had the pleasure of being their guest speaker. 248 guests attended and raised over $16,000, but more importantly, they came to show their support for the organization. Mr. Speaker, while tougher laws, penalties, and police are required to provide public safety on our streets, Luke 15 is aiding and protecting our community by providing an alternative to would-be criminals and lowering our petty crime. I would like to thank the Board of Directors, volunteers, supporters, and most importantly, Nigel, Anne, and Joey for their continued success in our community. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, there is growing concern about the ability of volunteer fire departments to recruit new people to serve as first responders. Volunteer fire services are a major component of Canada's public safety and security infrastructure, protecting the lives and property of thousands of citizens in communities across this great nation. In fact, over 90% of all Canadian communities are protected by volunteer fire departments. In the villages and communities of Prince Edward Island, the greatest challenge facing volunteer fire services today is the decline of volunteers. The greater need for training and the greater emphasis on liability issues as well as both parents often working outside of the home, have all added to time restraints and demands on a volunteer's commitment to serving their communities. Volunteer fire departments and indeed communities need the federal government to follow through on the tax credit proposed in my private member's bill.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. This is the 20th anniversary of the Outaouais Regional Sustainable Development Council, the CREDO. Several battles have been waged by the CREDO to preserve the environment and ensure planned development so that future generations can benefit from a better quality of life. This environmental organization is present in all forums, at all consultations, and on the ground to meet with numerous associations and businesses to educate and support them in their pro-environment initiatives. I would like to commend the members of the Board of Directors, Mr. Gaëtan Provencher, the Director General Nicole Desroches, and all the volunteers and partners of CREDO. Because of all these people, we can wish them a happy 20th anniversary. The Bloc Québécois joins me in commending the CREDO and wishing it a very healthy planet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, recently a gathering of progressive leaders met in northwestern British Columbia under a program we launched called Renewal Northwest to talk about a future economy, a greener economy for the people of our region. First Nations leaders, environmental activists, businesses and nonprofits got together to create the kind of change that we want to see in the world. A plan for a future for a region that has had a long and proud history of economic development, but as of recent has suffered mightily under the downturn across the world. The list of ideas is long, from greener transportation, greener mining practices, environmental retrofits for our homes and offices, and much more. We need the federal and provincial governments as a willing partner in the efforts of the Northwest. We want others to get involved from across the region, online and in other forums. Northwestern British Columbia will recover and rebuild from this, and we'll do it together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
Northern Alberta takes pride in being an exceptional place to live. The beauty of its region begins with its landscapes and extends to its people, its celebrations, and its quality of life. Yet the recent economic downturn has brought new challenges to our region, and more people are having to live with less and less. From High Prairie to Lac La Biche, from Athabasca up to Fort McMurray and Fort Chipewyan, now is a time for us to come together to show support and generosity to those in our community. Today I'd like to salute our community food banks, who set a high standard for all of us. Across our country, food banks provide nourishment to over 700,000 individuals each and every month, but they cannot do it alone. Northern Alberta food banks need our help now more than ever. I would like to encourage my constituents and all members of Parliament and all Canadians to donate what they can to support their local food bank today. Together, we can continue to build strong and caring communities where no one lives with hunger or without hope. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. Mr. Speaker, the future of animal welfare is a serious issue that all governments in the world must recognize. There is a scientific consensus and public acknowledgement that animals feel pain and do suffer. This is why I strongly support the motion to adopt the Universal Declaration on Animal Welfare, tabled by my colleague for Scarborough Southwest. In addition, I also strongly support the bill tabled by my colleague Brossard-la-Prairie, which seeks to lower the time limit for the transportation of animals. Taking care of animals reduces the risks of disease that can be transmitted to humans or food poisoning. I call on all of my colleagues to support these two measures.
The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Here, here. Well, Mr. Speaker, last Friday the people of St. Catharines demonstrated the true meaning of the word community. A fundraiser was organized to aid Susan Follick, whose son Bill Howard was tragically killed on May the 13th. Bill's death occurred in British Columbia, and Susan simply did not have the means to bring her son's body home or to give him a dignified burial. The community came together with donations of items, time, and effort to allow Susan the opportunity to cover all of her expenses. In one evening, Mr. Speaker, her $12,000 debt was wiped out. This event exemplifies the generous spirit of St. Catharines and demonstrated the success a community can have in working together. The event allowed Susan and her family to grieve without financial burden. This is a testament to the generosity of people and communities all across our country. Mr. Speaker, it is because compassion, hard work, and community spirit are the norm in St. Catharines, and never the exception. I am so proud to work for the people of St. Catharines here in Ottawa. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. On October 26th, the Theatre of Vieux-Terrebonne, under the direction of Ms. Suzanne Aubin, won the Felix in the category Performance Venue of the Year at the other gala of Adisque. This was the fourth win for the Theatre of the Vieux-Terrebonne in this category, and Ms. Aubin was extremely proud of this achievement. She thanked her team as well as the Terrebonne Cultural Development Organization, which made this victory possible. She also thanked the public, which, despite a difficult economic situation, has supported the Théâtre du Vieux-Terrebonne for over 20 years. This recognition is very special for my riding, especially given the unbridled cuts made by the Conservative government in the area of culture. The Quebec nation can be proud of its artists and the passionate people who do everything in their power to make our exceptional cultural visible on the world stage. My colleagues of the Bloc Québécois join me in congratulating the Théâtre du Vieux-Terrebonne and its director, Ms. Aubin. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, it is well known that in the area of justice, the Liberal and Bloc Québécois members defend the rights of criminals. Fortunately, Canadians know that they can count on our Conservative government to uphold the rights of victims. Since we have come to power, we have implemented harsher sentences for criminals who commit crimes with firearms. We are attacking white-collar criminals so that they serve their time in prison and not in their living rooms. We have put in place stricter measures to counter identity and vehicle theft, and we want the criminals who abuse our children to go to prison and not be free in the streets as the Bloc wishes. Canadians can count on us to ensure that our communities are safer. I urge the Liberal and Bloc Québécois members to put their political partisanship aside and to take the side of Canadians who respect our legislation.
Member for Mount Royal, order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the foundational principle that victims of terror deserve a right of civil redress in Canadian courts against their terrorist perpetrators. At present, the exercise of this fundamental right is precluded by the operation of the State Immunity Act that immunizes state sponsors of terror from such suit. After studying the government's proposed legislation in this regard, Mr. Speaker, I regard it as necessary in terms of justice for victims of terror to have alternate legislation proposed and enacted that properly addresses the evil of transnational terrorism, that properly targets the impunity of those states that perpetrate, sponsor or finance acts of terrorism, that properly allows Canadian victims of terrorism to seek justice, that removes the immunity that still operates even under the government's bill against state perpetrators of terrorism against Canadian citizens. Mr. Speaker, simply put, we have an opportunity to provide redress for Canadian victims of terror anchored in domestic and international law.
The Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians from coast to coast support our government's legislation to target drug offences involving organised crime and gangs. Drug trafficking and drug production is without a doubt the most significant source of illicit money for organised crime groups. That is why this government is working to ensure mandatory jail times for serious drug offences that involve organised crime, violence or preying on youth. Canadians want action. They want their government to stand up for victims and crack down on organised crime and gangs. Mr. Speaker, despite the support from members in this House, Liberal senators continue to drag their feet and delay Bill C-15. This is yet another example of the Liberal leader's soft-on-crime approach. The Liberal leader needs to stand up and show some leadership. Mr. Speaker, let's get this bill passed. Canadians deserve it.
Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, next week the Great Canadian Theatre Company will be launching the premiere performance of The Children's Republic. This play is the story of Dr. Janek Korczak, a champion of children's rights who ran a remarkable orphanage in pre-World War Poland. After the Nazi invasion, Janek followed the Jewish orphans into the Warsaw Ghetto to protect their rights and dignity. Mr. Speaker, this story was discovered through one of Ottawa's community leaders, Leon Glutzman, who is one of Janek's orphans. Today, he is a businessman and a great philanthropist who supports the Ottawa School of Speech and Drama and has made our community so much better. This powerful story of commitment and legacy has been captured in the play that has been written by Ottawa-born playwright Helen Moscovich. I wish to congratulate the Great Canadian Theatre Company and the Ottawa School of Speech and Drama, particularly Amanda Lewis, for their joint effort in staging this timely play. I invite the community to come out and see The Children's Republic of the Great Canadian Theatre Company.
Honourable Member for Wild Rose.
Mr. Speaker, our government believes the rights of criminals should not come before the rights of victims and law-abiding Canadians. Canadians lose faith in the criminal justice system when they feel the punishment does not fit the crime. That is why this week our government tabled Bill C-54 to impose consecutive sentences for multiple murderers, ensuring that the punishment fits the severity of their crimes. Canadians can rest assured knowing that victims and the families of murder victims remain a top priority for this government. Mr. Speaker, I am proud of the good work our government has done to make communities safer for law-abiding Canadians, in spite of the constant obstruction of opposition members who pretend they are tough on crime, but whose actions do not match their words. Canadians know they can count on this government, under the leadership of this Prime Minister, to continue to stand up for the victims and their rights, and the rights of law-abiding Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Jean-Lebert. Mr. Speaker, a Radio-Canada show showed how the hasty decision made by the Minister of Immigration to make visas mandatory for Mexican nationals, right in the midst of the tourist season, had harmed the reputation of Canada and the Quebec tourist industry. By doing this, the Minister considerably damaged Canada-Mexican relations and acted in a hasty and amateur fashion. Now, there are so many illegal asylum seekers because there is no consistency in the way the decisions are processed by the Immigration and Refugee Commissioners. Some of them accept almost all applications, while others accept almost none. It's a virtual lottery, Mr. Speaker. The only way to put an end to this chaos is to enforce the Refugee Appeal Division as stipulated in the Act in order to ensure that decisions are processed in a consistent fashion. Unfortunately, the Liberal and Conservative governments have always refused to do so. It is high time the Parliament adopt Bill C-291 in order to respect democracy. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, for the past 4 years, a group of citizens in my riding, including Sam Gabay, Manoukian, and Ralph Nahas, have organized a volunteer soccer tournament based on the International World Cup entitled Kids Playing for Kids. This theme is extremely appropriate because the money amassed is donated in its entirety to St. Justine's Hospital and the Montreal Sick Kids Hospital. So children who are healthy play for children who are sick. Next year, the 2010 Men's World Cup FIFA will serve as a model for this tournament. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank and to commend all of these volunteers who have worked for the success of this annual activity. To the three founders of this initiative, a special thanks to tell them how grateful we are and tell them how important their involvement is for our community. Thank you.
For Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Speaker, the Olympic torch relay is beginning in Victoria this morning. Canada will soon host the world for the Winter Olympic Games. Today, the Prime Minister is in Victoria kicking off the Olympic torch relay. The torch is starting a cross-country tour that will visit 1,036 communities and places of interest, including my large riding of Vancouver Island North on Monday and on February 2nd. This is the largest relay ever held within the borders of the host country, and the 45,000-kilometre route will ensure that every region of this great country will have a connection to the Games. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are proud of our athletes, our communities, and our country. We look forward to the next 106 days of the relay as we celebrate the Winter Olympic Games.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker,
to the government, there is such a profound contradiction, Mr. Speaker, between the experience of Canadians on the ground with respect to H1N1, where there are long waiting lines, where there are clinics that are being closed, where there are doctors that are having to turn people away because they simply don't have the vaccine, and the very benign statements that are being made by the government about how everything is under control and everything is going well. I'd like to ask the minister responsible, how do you explain this clear contradiction between the everyday experience of Canadians and the kind of unreality that's being expressed in the House of Commons by the ministers present, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
This government has worked tremendously hard with public health officials, with Dr. Butler-Jones, the Chief Medical Officer of Health, with provinces and territories to ensure that the vaccine was both safe and it was effective. Last April, we set a goal to have the vaccines ready, safe and effective vaccines ready for early November. We're pleased that the efforts of the public servants at the Public Health Agency have been able to beat that by more than 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker. What we've seen is more than 6 million vaccines in every corner of the country, Mr. Speaker, on a per capita basis. That's better than any other country in the world.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Le problème de crédibilité du gouvernement.
The problem of the government's credibility is very simple. Unfortunately, there is a complete contradiction between people's experience with unacceptable waiting lines, with people who don't have access to the vaccine, and with clinics which are overflowing with patients. So I put the question again to the minister. How can he explain the contradiction between these trivial statements and the Honourable Minister of Transport?
This is one of the largest mass immunization campaigns in the history of Canada. Our provinces and territories and public health units right across the country are working incredibly hard. More than 6 million doses are available in every corner of the country, Mr. Speaker. Our public health nurses are responding in a way that is really unprecedented. They deserve our support, and we must take the politics out of this important public health issue, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre. Order, please.
Of the manager of a health clinic in Vancouver over the words of the minister, Mr. Speaker. This is what Yvonne McLeod says. She says, everyone is telling them to get vaccinated, but we don't have the shots, and we can't even direct people because there's nowhere to go. I could easily give out 200 a day, but I don't have the staff and I don't have the vaccine. That's the reality on the ground, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians are having to confront. That will be their experience this weekend. That will be their experience next week. How do you explain this direct contradiction between what you're saying and what people are actually experiencing, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
This is the largest mass immunization campaign in Canadian history. The government has worked diligently to ensure that there is a safe and effective vaccine. There will be a vaccine available for every Canadian who wants one, Mr. Speaker. The work of our public health nurses of provinces and territories and the Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Butler-Jones, is unprecedented. It goes without saying that the hardworking public health officials in every corner of the province and country cannot mass immunize 33 million Canadians in a single day or a single week. They're working hard. Our government is working hard. We're putting politics aside, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
There has been confusion, frustration, and lineups across the country as people rush to get the H1N1 vaccine. Now we learn that the federal government has warned the provinces they will receive less vaccine than promised. Wow. In some cases, up to 50% less, forcing clinics across the country to delay as demand soars. Why do Canadians have to wait? Was it the choice of only one company, the late ordering date, or just a lack of leadership?
The Honourable Minister of Transport. Order.
member opposite's, the tone of the member opposite's question is rather unfortunate. What I think Canadians have expect us is they expect this government to work in cooperation with Dr. Butler-Jones, the Chief Medical Officer of Health, to work with every province and territory, to work with public health units and nurses in every corner of the country. We have 6 million doses available, Mr. Speaker. The largest mass immunization campaign is well underway, Mr. Speaker. More doses will be available next week and even more the following week. We're working hard to ensure that every single Canadian can get this vaccine, Mr. Speaker. But let's be clear, more vaccines are available in this country than in any other country in the world per capita.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
The Prime Minister's ideology has left the provinces and territories to scramble on their own. The H1N1 outbreak is testing government resources and services, namely providing vaccine quickly to as many people as possible. Will the Prime Minister show leadership and release the $400 million set aside in the 2006 budget for pandemic response to support additional medical staff for vaccinations and patient care?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
We've seen an unprecedented amount of work and an unprecedented financial commitment from this government in dealing with pandemic planning. The Minister of Health, her officials, Dr. Butler-Jones, the provinces and territories, and the literally thousands of public health nurses in every corner of this country are responding in a major way. The good news is, Mr. Speaker, we've taken the time to ensure that we have a safe vaccine, that vaccine is effective, Mr. Speaker, and, Mr. Speaker, that there are more vaccines available per capita in Canada than any other country in the world, Mr. Speaker. And that's a credit to the hardworking public servants of the Parliament.
The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, by calling the results of the report for the Suzuki Foundation and Pembina Institute irresponsible, this government seems to want to allow its friends to continue to pollute with impunity. How can the Conservatives sell out to big oil, and this to the detriment of the country and the economy? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, this government is working very hard to bring in an effective plan that will bring about real results for all provinces and territories. This government, or rather the preceding government, did absolutely nothing, but we will act, and we'll act diligently with President Obama and with the world, and during the time before the Copenhagen conference. The honourable member, Mr. Speaker, the minister is wrong. There is no plan. It was delayed 3 times before the Copenhagen conference. Now, if Alberta were to assume its responsibilities in the fight against climate change, that would be one thing. But the government does not intend to give in. The government will give in to Calgary. And why is it that Quebec always comes second after the West? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, we have a fair, balanced, pragmatic approach to climate change. We will continue to strike a balance between the environment and the economic recovery. We're working with the Minister of the Environment and his officials, and they are working with the Obama administration and their partners in the G20, and will continue working hard to find a solution for our planet. The honourable member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, I think that what the minister said was close to hysteria. He said this government has not been capable of coming up with a plan to reduce greenhouse gases in Canada. And instead of accusing those who are trying to find a solution as irresponsible, wouldn't the minister be better advised to assume his responsibilities and come up with an effective, just regulatory framework. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
That we now have a North American approach, a North American target of 20% reduction by 2020. Canada will continue to work within a North American target with our allies, with the United States. That's why we're making progress on tailpipe emission standards, aviation standards, carbon capture and storage, a North American Indian approach to carbon cap and trade, Mr. Speaker. Why does the Bloc continually vote against good environmental programs?
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the last negotiations before Copenhagen will be in Barcelona next week. And with the approach of the Minister, it's clear that Canada is going to get there empty-handed. Does the Minister not realize that the only word that comes to mind when we want to describe his approach is the word sabotage? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Is absolutely wrong. This government is committed to reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, working with our international partners, working with President Obama and his administration, Mr. Speaker, on a North American approach. Mr. Speaker, what the member only understands is a carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. He's supporting a carbon tax, a liberal carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. Canadians said no to a carbon tax. What does he not understand about no on a carbon tax?
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To secretly record another party's caucus meeting. They can get HD copies of the Prime Minister's audition tape on every government website. They've even found a way to turn Mike Duffy into spam. But when it comes to providing the Parliamentary Budget Office with details of stimulus funding, they're still in the Diefenbaker era. Does the Minister realize that providing boxes containing thousands of pages of untreated information without so much as a synopsis, much less a spreadsheet, is less than useless?
No kidding. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer asked for additional information. This government has approved some 7,000 infrastructure projects in every corner of the country. He asked for more specific information on those projects, and we were pleased to provide a substantial amount. We will be providing more to that Chief Budgetary Officer in the future, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that we run a very open and transparent infrastructure program. When announcements are made, they're immediately put on the web, their location, and their dollar value, and an unprecedented commitment to work with provinces and territories of every political stripe.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, when people go to the Obama site, the Obama administration site, they can get all the information they want on any project they want. They can get a breakdown of everything about the project, not here. What we can't get and Canadians don't understand is the childish attitude of this minister. Why these documents all mixed together rather than a database? Unless this is a trick to bury information under a mountain of information, really there's no information at all. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Our priority has been to work with municipalities, to work with provinces and territories from coast to coast to coast, to give the federal green light to infrastructure projects so they can get on with construction, they can hire architectural firms, engineering firms, and create jobs, Mr. Speaker. We have worked very hard to ensure those funds have been distributed. I was pleased to be in committee yesterday when the member from Winnipeg Centre said, I think a lot of NDP ridings actually fared fairly favorably from the spending, so I have no evidence that there's any hanky-panky going on in where the money went. We put politics aside, and we hope the member opposite will continue to do that.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Than the schoolboy pranks with a parliamentary institution. 4,476 pages of documents untreated. Every single page marked Protected A. What are they trying to protect if not themselves? Or are they trying to hide the fact that contrary to Section 16.4 of the Accountability Act, that the compliance with government policies and procedures is not there for a large number of the recipients, and that the effective systems of internal control don't exist contrary to what's required under the Accountability Act, because otherwise we'd have an electronic version of these documents instead of 3 boxes full of nonsense.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
When an infrastructure investment is made with the provinces and territories, with municipalities, they are immediately put on the web, both its location, the project. In addition to detailed financial information on what the contribution of each level of government is, Mr. Speaker, we've worked constructively with provincial NDP governments, with the territories. We've worked with Conservative and Liberal governments, Mr. Speaker. What I think Canadians don't want to see is members of Parliament playing cheap pranks outside the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, how unfortunate that the Prime Minister has not taken H1N1 seriously. He didn't make sure that the vaccine would be ready. He has not been protecting Canadians with a serious vaccination plan. What is he waiting for? There are thousands of Canadians who can't get vaccinated despite being in waiting lines. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
To ensure that we have a vaccine that is safe for Canadian families, Mr. Speaker. The priority has been that that vaccine be effective in combating what is a significant public health issue. We have more than 6 million doses from coast to coast to coast, which have already been released to our partners, the provinces and territories. Public health nurses in every corner of the province and country are working hard to ensure that they begin what is the biggest mass inoculation in Canadian history, Mr. Speaker. We've put the politics aside and are working constructively with our provinces and territories. I think what Canadians expect us to do is for all parties in this House to do the same.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, what Canadians expect is serious and real answers. The White family in Bedford have 4 small children under the age of 3, including triplets. The mum is an elementary teacher. They tried to get vaccinated, but the lack of government planning made this impossible. After standing in line for 3 hours, they packed their hungry, tired, cold kids into the van and headed home without getting vaccinated. Can the health minister tell Mr. White and Mrs. White and parents like them how they're supposed to protect their kids from the risk of H1N1 and why this government's failed them?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, we are seeing the biggest mass immunization in Canadian history. We obviously, the thousands of public health nurses, the provinces and territories, and the Chief Medical Officer of Health, we cannot inoculate every single person in a matter of 2 or 3 days. Public health nurses are working literally around the clock on the inoculations, Mr. Speaker. Our government is working to ensure that the vaccine is both safe, effective, and available. I'm pleased to report to the House, Mr. Speaker, that there are more vaccines available today per capita in Canada than in any other country in the world.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives knew since last spring that the crisis was coming and they did nothing. They ignored it. They said that thousands of people have been vaccinated, but there are 33 million of us. A mother in my riding had to wait 3.5 hours to have her children vaccinated. And unfortunately, this is only one example among many. When will people be able to get vaccinated more quickly? So when will they help get parents and their children out of such a deplorable situation? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is working in order to make sure that people have effective access, to make sure that they have safe access. There are already 7 million vaccines doses available. This is more than any country in the world in terms of per capita availability. The job is not yet done, but we're continuing to work hard with doctors and nurses. The Honourable Member.
The St. George area has virtually been shut down due to H1N1. Schools have been closed, and the earliest they are expected to open is the middle of next week. The principal of Fundy High School has said people don't understand why they can't get the shot right now and why we are not having a clinic until November 10. Mr. Speaker, can the government tell these worried parents why they have to wait? Why do they have to wait so long?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, this is the largest mass inoculation campaign in Canadian history. There are more vaccines in the hands of public health nurses and provinces and territories in Canada than in any other country in the world. Under the leadership of Dr. Butler-Jones, the government has worked to ensure that the vaccine is both safe and effective, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to work in cooperation with the provinces and territories to get the job done.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, the lack of transparency on the part of this government is deplorable. We have very few details about the government's economic plan. Would we ask for specific details about the whole USACOS affair? The minister comes up with long tirades about things that are completely insignificant. We'd like to know if Senator Houssakos derived benefit from being an employee of BPR in terms of the Saint-Champlain project. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I told my colleague, the Bloc member, that if there are allegations to be made, she should make them before the relevant committee, and if she has accusations to make or facts to present, well, that's one thing, but what we're seeing is a partisan campaign, not good for the Canadian people. Senator Houssakos has asked the advice of the Commissioner of Ethics, and we will wait for the Commissioner's advice. Mr. Speaker, we know very well that the whole Bridges agency is riddled with friends of the Conservative government. When will the government answer, frankly, about what's going on with Senator Houssakos with the consentment of the government of Quebec, the consent rather? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, it is our government that's acted to put an end to influence of the big political parties, the influence of big money and big labor. We reformed our electoral system, the greatest reform in our history. We're very proud of this. If the Bloc member has precise allegations to make, let her make them outside this House. In the meantime, we will wait. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca.
Mr. Speaker, the Beef Producers Association of Quebec has said that the slaughterhouse industry relies on specified risk matter. A study has demonstrated that it costs $32 more to slaughter beef in Canada, $32 more than in the United States, and that's due to Canada's risk matter policy. What's the Minister going to do to address this competition issue? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our Conservative government has acted to help our farmers.
A promise in the budget, we're now taking applications for up to $50 million in increased slaughter capacity. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to identify that a slaughterhouse in this member's riding is benefiting from this program, and they are receiving a loan from the government. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. The Parliamentary Secretary is going to need a little bit of a geography lesson. That's the first thing. It's not in my writing. The second thing that I take from his answer is that he's not doing a damn thing for specified risk material. That was my question. So, the slaughterhouse in Libyanovsk-Kolbex is talking about several $1 million in the past 2 years because of this risk matter strategy. The Americans refused to apply this policy. When is there going to be further support for processors and farmers in this matter? That's my question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Order.
You mentioned we are taking action for our beef producers. In fact, the Minister of Agriculture has been very busy opening foreign markets to our beef producers, and as I mentioned, we are making financing available to slaughterhouses across the country. And in fact, I have a quote here from the Manitoba NDP Minister of Agriculture who said, "As the chairman of the Manitoba Cattle Enhancement Council, I was pleased to see the recent federal budget included money for agriculture in general and for increasing slaughter capacity specifically."
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, we know that this Conservative government is the most divisive and spiteful in our history.
Yep.
What we've witnessed over the past few months, television, radio and print ads that promote the Conservative Party of Canada, costing over $60 million of Canadian taxpayer dollars and counting. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are deliberately blurring the line between the state and a political party. Their arrogant self-promotion offends Canadians, including bureaucrats who've never seen this type of abuse. When will they stop this taxpayer-funded partisan campaign and stop abusing Canadian taxpayers for their own benefit?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, our government has worked tremendously hard with our economic action plan. We're seeing an unprecedented global economic downturn. We're beginning to see some positive signs of an economic recovery. We have an important responsibility to report back to Canadians on our economic action plan, to talk to them about the many tax benefits with which they're eligible for. We have an opportunity to inform them of the status of our infrastructure investments in every corner of the province. We have an important responsibility to let them know that the government is responding to this unprecedented economic challenge, Mr. Speaker, and working for them.
Good job.
Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I think the minister thinks that this is a game. He thinks it's okay to abuse taxpayer dollars and brush off questions of accountability with a smirk and a wave of the hand. Who would have thought that when the Conservatives said that they would invest in public transit, it meant plastering partisan propaganda on Toronto's GO trains? Why does the Conservative Party believe it can do or say anything and get away with it? When will they return the money they used to pay for their 2009 self-promotion tour?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
I'll tell you what we have done, Mr. Speaker. When I tour the country, I'm working with the NDP Premier of Nova Scotia, Darrell Dexter. We're making important investments in his own hometown. I was recently with the NDP Premier of Nova Scotia, and we made an $18 million investment in the Halifax Library for a new library, something that they have fought for many, many years. We're making significant investments that we announced with the NDP government of Nova Scotia in Cape Breton Island, Mr. Speaker. We're very proud of that. We're helping build regional roads around rural Nova Scotia. We're very proud of that. We put politics aside. We're working with NDP, Liberal and Conservative governments, and we're getting the job done.
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, each time that they make cutbacks into culture, they're attacking our quality of life, our own identity. There were programs for theatre, dance and opera yesterday. Now it's music. What will it be tomorrow? And on the contrary, this week, the Liberal Party undertook to double the Canada Council of the Arts budget. There are two parties, two completely different visions. Often ignorance leads to contempt or a rejection of what we don't know. Is it out of ignorance that once again they're coming down hard on culture? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I appreciate the question. You know what Canadian artists don't need? More Liberal doublespeak, Mr. Speaker. That's what they don't need. What they need is a government that's demonstrated commitment to arts and culture in this country, and that's what they have. You know, once again, the Liberal leader was in Montreal, announced billions of dollars of new spending again this week, Mr. Speaker. Billions tacked onto the billions he's spoken about before. Nobody believes it, Mr. Speaker. It's just pandering.
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier.
Answers like that, I feel sorry for them. I do. They just don't get it. Yeah. Our culture is what makes us sing, dance, laugh, and sometimes cry. Mr. Speaker, try to imagine one day in your life without culture, without books, without music, without poetry.
Conservative.
Try to imagine that. Just one day in your life. It's impossible. It proves one point. Culture needs more support. No more cuts. Why can't they get it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Order.
Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker? I actually am encouraged for one thing today. I'm encouraged that this member is back on his file after being missing for 148 days on the Heritage file. I'm glad he's rediscovered the Heritage file. That's good. But our government has been working hard supporting Canadian artists since long before the Economic Action Plan, Mr. Speaker. But the Economic Action Plan specifically remembered arts and culture in this country, committing more money than any government has ever committed, because we understood the challenges that artists would face in this country, and we stood behind them four square, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud of the resolve of this government to support arts and culture.
Honourable Member for Churchill. Sorry. I'm sorry I missed the Honourable Member for Miramichi. Sorry, I apologize. The Honourable Member for Miramichi.
Mr. Speaker, every day our Canadian forces are making the world a safer place to live. In the face of great personal danger and away from their friends, family and loved ones, these brave men and women are examples of all the good that Canadians are capable of. Our largest overseas deployment is serving in Afghanistan, and this winter they will be celebrating the holidays without the comforts of home. Will the Minister of State please tell the House what program is in place to help families stay connected with our troops during the holiday season?
Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is really amazing what our troops do overseas for us, particularly at the not only every day of the year, but particularly in this holiday season. They leave the comforts of home and country to be able to do this outstanding work for us. And it's a great pleasure for me to be able to rise in the House and inform the House that Canada Post again will be allowing free parcel delivery for Canadian forces overseas. This is the 4th year in a row. This is an amazing thing that we should be proud of, what our troops are proud of. An institution like Canada Post to be able to do this, and we certainly hope that Canadians from coast to coast will exercise their opportunity in supporting our troops.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians from coast to coast to coast are slowly becoming comfortable with the importance of getting the H1N1 vaccine. While millions of vaccines have been produced and are being distributed, obviously we're seeing major lineups and we're seeing a lot of people that are concerned about not being able to get it. Clinics are being flooded and people are waiting. Mr. Speaker, this could very well be the largest immunization process in Canada. But does the government have a plan to facilitate and make the access to the vaccine a lot greater and a lot faster?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
We work to ensure that the vaccine is both safe and effective for Canadians. We've got 6 million doses out in every corner of the country. That's more per capita than any other country. I thought one of our colleagues in the House spoke very well this morning in the Ottawa Sun when he said, "This is a very large undertaking. We've never tried anything quite this size on such a rapid time frame. I'm not sure that it would have been necessarily feasible to have gotten it out sooner." And that was our colleague, the member for Toronto Danforth, the leader of the New Democratic Party.
Honourable Member for Churchill.
Surely, however, we can keep going and do a lot more. We were too late in informing people about the vaccine, and we were too slow in getting it out. Now, we need the vaccine administered as quickly as possible. The need for action is no less urgent, and the concern is no lesser. Has the government explored every possible opportunity in making it accessible in a much quicker way?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
We will work with the Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Butler-Jones, and the province's territories on this. Again, her own leader said, I'm not sure that we could have been necessarily feasible to have gotten out sooner. I would not want to not use this opportunity to say to the member for Churchill that on November the 4th there'll be an incredibly important vote in the House of Commons with respect to the long gun registry. I hope she will join those of us on this side of the House and stand with her constituents and stop a wasteful expenditure of money so we have more money to put into priorities that Canadians care about.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Order. Mr. Speaker, the Director of Human Rights Watch is deploring the Conservative foreign affairs approach. Canada lacks leadership on the world stage. In many respects, the US policy is far more progressive than that of the Conservatives. Does the government understand that this point of view is shared by the majority of Quebecers that no longer see themselves in Canada's foreign policy? The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank the Honourable Member for her question. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but I can assure this House, Mr. Speaker, Canada is back on the international stage, and Canadians know that this government brought Canada back.
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, I'd invite my colleague to listen to my second question. The shameful behaviour of the federal government in the Omar Khadr file, who's a Canadian foreign national, proves that Canada has abdicated its responsibility on the world stage. there are attempts to prove that Omar Khadr is innocent. So why didn't Canada hesitate to pay over $1.3 million to lawyers to ensure that he rotted away in Guantanamo Bay for years? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Our position on Omar Khadr has not changed. Omar Khadr continues to face serious charges, including murder, attempted murder, conspiracy, material support for terrorism and spying, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we continue to closely monitor the situation, including the work of the American committee formed by President Obama to study the fate of Guantanamo detainees, including Mr. Khadr. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. John's South Mount Pearl.
When a problem arises with a Crown Corporation, this government washes its hands of any responsibility. They tell us that Crown Corporations are arm's length. There's nothing to do with the minister. But the Conservatives insist on sitting in on private meetings of Crown Corporations. They fired the chief nuclear regulator and rid themselves of the commissioners of elections, of information, of ethics. When are they going to tell Canadians the truth? There's no such thing as independence for Crown Corporation with this Conservative government.
Bravo. The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, yes, Mr. Speaker, as the honourable colleague knows and everyone in this House knows, that Crown Corporations serve their day-to-day functions at arm's length of the government. But the question is really if there's information that comes to the House for individuals, they have the full right, and I will set up any meetings that is needed for them to do the functions of their job here in the House, not only to the honourable colleague, but any of the opposition members, at any time they would like.
The Honourable Member for St. John's South Mount Pearl.
Mr. Speaker, this is a serious issue. If this government picks and chooses the Crown Corporations it gets involved with, then this raises further questions about the allegations linking Conservative Senator HoC with the awarding of the bridge contracts. If a Crown Corporation can't so much as meet with a Member of Parliament without a ministerial escort, how can we be expected to believe that they'll award major contracts without Conservative meddling?
Bravo! The Honourable Minister of Transport. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I said to the member opposite, she has an important responsibility. If she has any evidence, any facts, anything whatsoever that she could bring forward to this House, I would encourage her to do so. The fact that she stands in this place and maligns a member of the other chamber, Mr. Speaker, and presents no facts, no specific allegations, is actually not serving her constituents well, in my judgment, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday West Fraser Timber announced it's closing the Hurricane Mill in Kitimat, British Columbia. More than 500 people will lose their jobs, and as many as 3,000 others in related industries will also be out of work in the Terrace and Kitimat region. Despite the closure, West Fraser will still receive a $30 million subsidy from this government for the very same mill that it's mothballing. Can the minister explain why West Fraser is getting a subsidy at the same time that is dealing a crippling blow to the workers and their families that put their blood, sweat and tears into this operation for more than 40 years?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Chair, our government remains extremely concerned about the difficulties that are facing the forestry sector, and through our economic action plan, the government has supplied the forestry industry with $1 billion pulp and paper green transformational program. West Fraser qualified for more than $88 million in those credits to be used at any mill in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I think the question that needs to be asked of this member, however, relates to Bill C-391 and what he's going to do next week when that bill comes to a vote in front of this House. Is he going to stand and represent his constituents for once in this House and get rid of the long gun registry?
Here, here. Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Apparently this government is unable to use the tool called Google and find out that I'll be supporting the bill next week when it comes to a vote. In this unprecedented crisis in the forestry industry, we were told that this very program, this subsidy, would keep our mills open and our forestry towns alive. But the program is deeply flawed. Could the minister explain why a program that was supposed to protect our mills is instead helping to shut them down? What answer can this government offer to the 3,000 families affected and the many tens of thousands of families that may face the same fate across this country?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, just as he's been late to the long gun registry file, he's been late to this one as well, because this government has supported the forestry sector across this country for years. We put $1 billion into the Community Adjustment Fund, $1 billion into the Community Development Fund. We spent $170 million to help the forestry sector with innovation and marketing. I could go on and on and on, Mr. Speaker, because this government has stood behind our forestry sector. We will continue to stand there. I would ask him if he's going to stand with his colleagues and convince them that the rest of them should be supporting Bill C-391 as well and getting rid of the long gun registry. Will he do that with us?
The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Hills.
Mr. Speaker, today the 2010 Olympic torch relay will commence in Victoria, British Columbia, where the torch landed this morning and will make its way across Canada and back to Vancouver on February 12th for the opening ceremony. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage please tell the House more about the next 106 days of Olympic excitement?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians will get to experience the excitement of the Olympic torch as it travels over 45,000 kilometres from coast to coast to coast. The flame will visit more than 1,000 communities while engaging the entire country in the process. 12,000 Canadians will have the opportunity to carry the torch as they celebrate with their fellow Canadians along the route. This represents an extraordinary occasion to unify the entire country, generating tremendous pride in our nation while truly celebrating the spirit of the Games. Canadians fortunate enough to carry the Olympic torch are as wonderful and as diverse as the country itself, including Stanley Cup champion Sidney Crosby, Nova Scotia, and graphic designer Michael Theobald from my own...
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Sulfate and salt in the Red River at the Manitoba-North Dakota border are higher than they should be. North Dakota plans to permanently ease the sulfate restrictions on the Devil's Lake outlet, and more than double the water the outlet pumps out of the lake into Canada. Does the Minister of Foreign Affairs consider these actions by the United States to be a violation of the Boundary Waters Treaty?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Indeed, Canada does continue to be concerned about discharges of Devil's Lake water. The outlet should remain closed until the scope of the risk is more fully understood, and corresponding effective measures are taken and put in place. As the honourable member knows, the International Joint Commission is leading a multi-year survey of fish pathogens and parasites in Devil's Lake and the broader basin to understand better the risks associated with the outlet operations. It is expected the study will be completed and the report known by 2000.
The honourable member for Laval. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of International Relations for Quebec stated that he made representations to the Canadian Minister of Foreign Affairs to push him into action in the case of Nathalie Morin, a Quebecer who's been detained against her will in Saudi Arabia by a violent spouse. Is the government going to listen to this call from the minister in Quebec, who, by taking action, is confirming that the case of Nathalie Morin is more than just a family dispute matter? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has clearly stated that it is his wish that this matter is settled, and our government is doing everything we can to facilitate that. Mr. Speaker, our priority is to ensure the well-being of the children while Natalie and her husband resolve their dispute. We will continue to work with the Saudi authorities to ensure that the children who are Saudi citizens are a priority in this dispute, Mr. Speaker. However, Mr. Speaker, let me say Canada has twice facilitated Natalie's return to Canada, and both times she returned voluntarily to Saudi Arabia against our advice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster.
2 months ago, the sockeye salmon run in the Fraser River in BC collapsed. 90% of the fish simply disappeared. We saw under a former Liberal government the costs of ignoring the initial signs of a fishery collapse. That led to the near extinction of the Atlantic cod. But we've seen zero action from this government. No response to the NDP action plan, no increased funding for salmon enhancement and monitoring, no move to close containment, no emergency summit with the stakeholders, no rescue package, no binding public inquiry. The silence of the minister is worse than the silence on the Fraser River. Will the minister take real action now?
Good question.
Honourable Minister of Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my colleague for the question. It is a very serious situation with sockeye salmon. I wish he had noted as well, though, that there were record pink salmon returns this year, and the chum return that's going on right now is also at record levels. But this is a serious situation that requires a serious response, something other than political grandstanding. The Minister has been out there. She's talked to all kinds of stakeholders. She's putting together her response. I think Canadians will be pleased by this. He should wait for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Speaker, drug trafficking and drug production are without a doubt the most significant source of illegal money for organized crime groups. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government has introduced legislation that will ensure mandatory jail time for serious drug offences that involve organized crime, violence, or preying on youth. This bill has been passed by the members of this House. Can the Parliamentary Secretary for Public Safety please provide us with an update on the status of Bill C-15?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Kitchener Centre who has a keen interest in this and has been very supportive. Hear, hear. Mr. Speaker, our government implored the Liberal leader to show leadership by instructing his Liberal senators to pass Bill C-15 before they recessed for the summer. His Liberal senators not only refused to pass the legislation, they prematurely adjourned debate and took a summer vacation.
Shame.
Now we hear rumblings that these same Liberal senators are doing the dirty work again by delaying our bill. Mr. Speaker, drug producers and dealers who threaten the safety of our communities must face tougher penalties. Bill C-15 has been passed by members of this House. Let's get this passed in the Senate. Canadians deserve better, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, that will bring to a conclusion the question period for today. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. During question period, I was responding to a question from my colleague from Richmond, Athabasca, and I was underlining the support that our federal government is giving, $10 million for the Slaughterhouse Levanov full-decks, and I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, that it was in that member's riding. What I meant to say was that it was in his province, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. I have the honour to lay upon the table the annual reports on the Access to Information and the Privacy Act of the Auditor General of Canada for the year 2008-2009. Ce document est réputé renvoyé en paix.
This document is deemed to be sent to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 9 petitions.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to subsection 94.1 of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 2009 annual report on immigration. I do so on behalf of the Minister.
In a few minutes. Sorry, table documents. The Parliamentary Secretary still has the floor. He has more.
Sometimes the comments from your members of your own party are more difficult to handle than that from the opposition. I would also like to, on behalf of the Minister, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32, number 2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the Global Center for Pluralism's 2007-2008 annual report, the Global Center for Pluralism's 2008 and 2009 annual report, and the summary of the Global Center for Pluralism's corporate plan for 2009, Mr. Speaker.
Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents, introduction of government bills. Mr. Hill for Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Hill for Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers.
Rapport des délégations interparlementaires.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Okay. Presenting reports from committees. Présentation des rapports des comités. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My petition calls for the adoption of Canada's first Air Passenger Bill of Rights. Bill C-310 will provide compensation to air passengers flying with all Canadian carriers, including charters anywhere they fly. The bill includes measures on compensation for overbooked flights, canceled flights, and unreasonable tarmac delays. The bill deals with late and misplaced baggage. The bill requires all-inclusive pricing by airline companies in their advertising. The legislation is inspired by the European Union law in place for 4 years, and since Air Canada is already operating under the European laws for their flights in Europe, why should an Air Canada customer receive better treatment in Europe than in Canada? The bill will ensure that passengers are kept informed of flight changes, whether they're delays or cancellations. The new rules must be posted at the airport, and the airlines must inform passengers of their rights and process to file for compensation. This bill is not meant to punish the airlines. If the airlines follow the rules, they'll not have to pay $1 in compensation to passengers. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call on the Government of Canada to support Bill C-310 that would introduce Canada's first Air Passenger Bill of Rights.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition from my constituents calling on the Government of Canada to maintain the moratorium on post office closures and withdraw the legislation to legalize remailers. We also call upon the Government of Canada to instruct Canada Post to maintain, expand and improve postal services, and that is from about 200 constituents. I also have a petition, Mr. Speaker, from over 400 of my constituents asking the Government of Canada to support a universal declaration on animal welfare because of scientific consensus and public acknowledgement that animals can feel pain and can suffer, and they want to see prevention of animal cruelty and reduced animal suffering. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if question number Q328 could be made in order for a return, this return would be tabled immediately.
It's at the pleasure of the House that question number Q328 be made in order for return and that it be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commune, reprise du débat en deuxième lecture.
Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-35. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. He has 14 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm counting on you to indicate to me how much time I have left. Now, I had begun my speech just before question period, so I'm not going to repeat everything I said then, but I'm going to come back to the Bloc Québécois' position on C-335, the Justice for Victims of Terrorist Acts. So, as I said, Mr. Speaker, before the question period, the Bloc Québécois wants to study this bill in committee. Now, we have many questions, and there are many irritants in this bill, but nonetheless, my party feels that it would be a good idea to study it in committee, so to understand all its vagaries. Now, I had to stop when I was talking about the relief offered by the government through C-35 could never result in genuine redress for the victims, because it's not astonishing, Mr. Speaker. A terrorist state which is sued will obviously refuse to pay up, and its assets in Canada, if it has assets, because it's not everyone who has an embassy here or money in this country, that wouldn't even cover the sums granted by the court. So in the case of lawsuits against the terrorists themselves, I'm wondering, does the government really believe it is realistic to sue Osama bin Laden or other such terrorists and hope to receive compensation by instituting proceedings against such people? I mean, asking this question is the same as answering it. Now, this measure, would it actually act as a deterrent for terrorists? Terrorists who know that in Canada now it is possible that they may be the object of lawsuits, or that their countries may be the object of lawsuits. I'm not sure that that is going to prevent them from committing terrorist acts. Another question on the list established by the government, because it is the government that will choose which countries will be listed and therefore will be able to be sued. So the countries that will be listed, and I'm not sure that they will actually pay up, whereas the victims of terrorist acts committed by a country that is delisted will not have such recourse. So there are many dubious measures in this bill, because there are people who are victims of terrorist acts committed by a certain state, but these states might not be on the list established by the government. So they won't have any kind of recourse. So this is dubious justice. Now, the very idea of a list is something that can be challenged, and we would like to discuss this in committee. Now, why should these lawsuits be limited to terrorism? Now, I mean, terrorism is an odious thing, but we must think of all these countries where there are war crimes that are committed, crimes against humanity, for example, torture, genocide. My colleague from the NDP asked questions about those countries where torture is practiced. Not very long ago, there was a free trade agreement that was discussed here in this House with Colombia, and we know very well that in that country, torture takes place. We know that there are journalists and opponents to the regime who are abducted, tortured, assassinated, and it is that type of situation. I mean, and we shouldn't even have a free trade with these kind of countries in any case, but we could also list them. We could ensure that people who are victims of acts committed by those countries, that we could sue them. Another reservation on the part of the Bloc Québécois is that when you look at this bill, it may encroach on Quebec's areas of jurisdictions with regard to civil law. This is a provincial matter, and through this bill, the government is extending its scope and may encroach on our areas of jurisdiction. So obviously, we will be paying special attention in committee to that aspect. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether this has been brought up since we began debating C-35, but according to my research, I have found that it is only in the United States that there are such measures that already exist. This is an example of a legislation abroad that the government wants to put in place. The only country that is similar to Bill C-35 is the United States, and they adopted the Anti-Terrorist Act of 1996, which amended the Foreign State Immunity Act so as to provide for an exception that is similar to the one stipulated in Bill C-35. Now, I'm not sure that the effectiveness of this American Act was evaluated before putting the bill in place in Canada. And I don't think this was done, Mr. Speaker, because otherwise the bill tabled would have been different. And I still have a few minutes to explain that in the United States there are problems with this type of law. The American experience is not at all conclusive. In the United States, the bill has been in place for over a decade. Only the countries that are listed can be sued, like here. Now, right now, there is Cuba, Iran, Syria, the Sudan, and North Korea that appear on this list. Iraq and Libya were on the list, but have since been delisted. Now, a common problem that has been raised by the Congressional Research Service is the refusal of the defendants to recognize the jurisdiction of the American courts. So it's all very well to institute legal proceedings against a given country, but they will refuse to recognize the jurisdiction of these courts, and therefore they will refuse to pay any sort of compensation. So the defendants will always be able to refuse to accept the sentence that is handed down. Now the defendants don't even appear before the courts in question. Therefore, the rulings are handed down automatically. The debtor countries refuse to recognize these rulings, and as I said, they refuse also to pay the damages and interest. Now, the recovery of these damages and interest. Now, for example, even if they succeed in condemning a country, that poses a problem, Mr. Speaker, because the listed countries have very few assets in the United States, and the executive powers are opposed to using this measure. So when the Congress tried to create recovery mechanisms, the executive, that is the politicians, resisted these efforts because they did not want to elicit reprisals, to lose influence in these countries, and to violate international law with regard to state immunity. Here's an example. The Algiers Accord of 2001, which provided for the liberation of American hostages held in Iran, and Canada played a very effective role in that crisis. Now, this forbid hostages from instituting civil proceedings. The Congress tabled a law that provided recourse to these hostages, but the executive opposed this because of the international ramifications that may have been provoked by the failure to comply with this agreement. Now, in Iraq, this was difficult for Bush because under Saddam Hussein, Iraq was a listed country, obviously, that could be sued, and some of these lawsuits resulted in winnings for the applicants, and they tried to obtain compensation by seizing Iraq assets. But according to the CRS, after the invasion of Iraq, the U.S. government had no further interest in seizing these assets, because they wanted these assets to benefit the Iraqis in order to rebuild the country. Because if you're going to invade a country, of course, you want to help the people by ridding them of a dictator. But, we've got rulings against you, so we're going to we're going to collect all the assets here and give it to the victims in the United States. But the Iraqis were in a much more difficult situation, and if the Americans had tried to do that, it would have been a problem. So the U.S. government, despite this act, decided of its own accord to step back and decide not to take the assets to the United States. So Iraq was delisted with a retroactive effect, so numerous defendants were unable to recover sums that had nonetheless been handed down and ruled on in different judgments. So in Canada, there are very few seizable assets that belong to foreign countries, so victims who are seeking redress must fight for these very rare assets. For example, victims of terrorist attacks, if they try to seek redress, there are very few assets. So these very few assets will have to be practically fought over so that the victims can try and obtain compensation as handed down by courts of justice. In addition to the concerns of the U.S. I have described, for example, Iran and Cuba have taken similar measures in response to the American measures, so there were reprisals. Now, if we look at the inclusion of terrorism and the omission of torture and other crimes from this bill, the fact that the bill deals with violations concerning terrorism but does not refer to torture is one of the major criticisms in that regard. Observers like the Canadian Centre for Alternative Justice deems that there is no justification or logical grounds to allow lawsuits in one case but not in another. So, Mr. Speaker, torture is practiced directly practiced directly in a state and is recognized internationally that is not covered by state immunity, whereas terrorism is generally an act of perpetrated by sects or radical groups, and how can you sue someone like Osama bin Laden and hope for compensation? So how can Canada believe that this type of bill may solve this kind of situation? And how can torture thus be excluded and other crimes like genocides? It doesn't make sense. The American law lifts immunity for an act of torture, execution, the sabotage of planes, hostage takings, and material support for terrorism. So terrorism and torture are both contemplated by the American legislation. Certain European countries also lift immunity in the cases of torture, including Italy, which authorized lawsuits against Germany for these actions, for actions committed during the Second World War. Private members' bills on torture but not on terrorism are currently before the House of Lords and the House of Commons in the UK. If we talk about diplomatic relations, there will also be problems there. And this will have to be discussed with important witnesses in committee. Diplomatic problems that could arise from this bill, including, according to observers, it's been called a diplomatic minefield. Listing countries could complicate international relations with Canada, and Canadian diplomacy could suffer if the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who are the two ministers who are entitled to list countries, if those two ministers play a role in handing down judgments, for example, facilitating measures such as identification and location of assets to be seized.
For example, Afghanistan and Pakistan are considered to incubate terrorists. But there could be diplomatic complications because the Canadian government would have to go after the governments of these countries. So we have to bear in mind factors linked to foreign policy, and these things will be borne in mind. Mr. Speaker, I don't have very much time left. And I'll conclude, but I've seen various articles in Quebec papers, such as Le Devoir and in Le Soleil, where they talk about the great illusion involved in this bill. They say that its effectiveness will be as nothing because the ability to go after damages from states that sponsor terrorists will be extremely difficult. There are other examples like that, Mr. Speaker, and I would urge the members of this House to send this bill to committee so that we can study.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood, Port Calais. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to speak and give our...
Sorry, if the Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre could just bear with me. He was... Okay, I just didn't have him on. I apologize to the Honourable Member. He wasn't on the list I had, but I'll recognize the Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
I thank you for your diligence, Mr. Speaker, and for the opportunity to speak to Bill C-35. Mr. Speaker, we've heard interventions from of course, the government, from the Liberal Party, and now just from the Bloc, and there seems to be consensus on some of the concerns that many of us have when it comes to Bill C-35, which I will get to. There is a consensus also on the need to deal with the issue and the objective that the government has laid out, and that we do something to address the grievances that victims have from terrorism. The question is not whether or not we should deal with that objective, it's how we deal with that objective. So the principle behind this bill is important, Mr. Speaker. We want to, and I think all parties want to find ways of addressing the concerns of victims of what is political violence often. New Democrats have always taken a strong stand against perpetrators of terror, torture, and human rights abuses. For that reason, we will support sending this bill to committee for further study, and I'll explain some of the rationale behind that. we're at this point not convinced that this bill will achieve its stated purpose of preventing, and as was mentioned by the Minister of State when he tabled this bill, deterring terrorism. Well, what does the bill do? Bill C-35 has three primary components. It creates a cause of action that allows victims of terrorism to sue individuals, organizations, and terrorist entities in Canadian courts for loss or damage suffered as a result of terrorist acts as defined in the Criminal Code. Secondly, it amends the State Immunity Act to remove state immunity for states on a list of countries established by Cabinet and have supported or currently support terrorism. And finally, it allows victims to sue foreign states that are on this list. There are significant steps that the bill is taking. But we need to take a measured look at this bill, and that's why it's important for it to be examined at committee. I'll just enumerate some of the concerns we have. One is that will the amending of the State Immunity Act cause retaliation against Canadians? And within that, what are the risks? Secondly, why is the government limiting the cause of action to a certain list of states, not leaving the matter open to courts' decisions? And that was, of course, echoed by my colleagues on this side of the House. Third, is there merit in extending the cause of action created by the bill to victims of other forms of state violations of human rights, such as torture? And if not in this bill, what are the plans of this government to deal with that? I don't have to enumerate the numbers of cases of Canadians who have suffered torture through other state actors. We believe that that is actually something that should be dealt with immediately. But let's begin with the first point. There are serious, serious concerns, Mr. Speaker, with the concept of amending the State Immunity Act. Would it open the door to frivolous suits launched in questionable jurisdictions that would adversely impact Canadians? It's simply a question, and one that needs to be answered. And certainly within diplomatic circles, this has been a question. I'll just reference Fen Hampson, who's the director of the Norman Patterson School of International Relations, Carleton University here in Ottawa, one of the most preeminent schools of diplomacy there is. And his concern, I'll just quote him, his quote is, does it, in reference to this bill, does it interfere with possible foreign policy goals? His answer, absolutely. Securing the release of a journalist or someone else who has been thrown into jail, something like this can complicate relations. It doesn't ease them. In effect, you are putting your diplomacy in a straitjacket. Another commentator on this has said a similar thing. René Provost, who's an international law expert at McGill University in Montreal, echoes Mr. Hampson when he says the bill invites retaliation by other governments. So, Mr. Speaker, these are comments and points of view that we need to take seriously and that we cannot just brush aside. I think it's important to note that when you're looking at a multilateral world, as we are, particularly after 1989 with the fall of the Berlin Wall, we have a much more multilateral, multipolar world that we're living in. And so our good intentions at home should not limit our abilities for seeking resolutions to problems abroad. And that is why I think these comments have been made, is that in the area of unintended consequences, a bill that we pass that might suit our needs domestically for very good reasons and lofty goals could actually harm us when we're looking at dealing with other actors and multilaterally. We should be we should be sure that whatever we do at home with the intention of deterring terrorism, therefore, will actually help us deter terrorism. That said, I think it's strange that the only exception to state immunity as it exists now, and I think the government's certainly aware of this, is in financial cases. There is provisions. It's important that the committee and Parliament be seized with study and a debate on whether or not we should end immunity against violence in its different forms. I think that notwithstanding the scope of the bill and certainly the opportunities to go further, I think this isn't time to open up that issue. In other words, when it comes to the Act itself, where we have state immunity exceptions in financial cases, and that the government's proposing we change it to address terrorism, it would also be the opportunity to at least, if we're not able to amend and extend this bill, to at least open up some opportunities for debate and proposition to follow up with other exemptions from state immunity, and I certainly think that many of us would like to see it for those who are victims of torture. So this is something we can do at committee. We can look at the problems that exist in this bill, and certainly it's a discussion that we look forward to at committee. Second concern, Mr. Speaker, I have with this bill is the list, and I made a point of it in my intervention when I was questioning the Minister of State. We heard from the Liberal intervener on this, and I think it's a concern shared by the Bloc as well. What we see is something that, with the contemplation of this list, Mr. Speaker, is the bill creates a cause for court action. The Criminal Code defines what the action is, and then so the question is, why would the cause of action, as contemplated in the bill and amending the state immunity provisions, be only subject to certain states and not others? And this is core to this bill, the concerns we have with this bill. I think we've heard from others in this debate today that what the government is in fact doing is by simply confining the court actions to a list of countries, it's actually undermining the intent and the objectives that we all want to see. And, you know, when you put that tool in the hands of the executive in terms of the cabinet to deal with it exclusively, you're running into what I call a faulty flaw in legislation, a faulty flaw that you know, strangely undermines the whole idea of what you're trying to deal with. I mean, legislation is put forward and contemplated to deal with problems. And one must look at the full scope of what the legislation does, and you can't look at it in isolation. When you put a list together, you know, you have to be very careful as to with whom you're going to be affecting. By design, there is a group of countries that you're not including. The government says, oh, no worries, we have a review on a biannual basis. Sorry, it's every 2 years, I believe. What happens, you know, things happen quickly in this multipolar world. It doesn't allow for a quick response. They'll say, well, if there's an emergency, we can change that. The point is not even just who's on the list, it's the fact that the list exists. We've heard from those who have had experience with this in the United States that this was a problem, and they're actually advising not to go down that path. So I find it strange that we would actually take on the worst aspects of that policy framework from the U.S. after it's been tried and critiqued and suggestions not to do it, and put it in ours. And I've heard when I asked the Minister of State for his feedback on that, he believed that this is the way to go and didn't provide a rationale, and certainly didn't provide a response to the question put forward as to if this didn't work in the States, why do it here? Mr. Speaker, it's really important, therefore, that we are not in support of politicizing our courts or giving Cabinet the authority to say which cases the courts must take on and which ones they must refuse. And that's what you're doing with the list. If the actions of one state are cause for legal action, the equivalent actions of another state should be cause for similar action. There should be no preferential treatment for any state, if you're going to be genuine about this. There should be, and it's up to the legal system, really, to look at the merits of every case and decide whether or not action can be taken. And that's a really important tenet, Mr. Speaker, of our system, is that the courts are able to do that. As my colleagues from other parties have stated, and the member from Mount Royal said it best, the list is a tool of politicization which actually undermines the stated goal of this bill. Finally, Mr. Speaker, if through the studies at committee it became clear that the approach in this bill does not deter state violence in the form of terrorism, then we wish to examine whether or not similar action should be expanded to include other forms of illegal state violence, such as torture or gross violation of human rights. If we're able to open that up, we would hope that, if not in this bill, the government would come forward with opportunities to have legislation that will amend the Immunity Act to deal with those areas. I should note, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Centre for International Justice has said on numerous occasions, we have just celebrated the 60th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The Declaration was an amazing achievement, and we should all be proud of the Canadian content of that declaration. But there's an ongoing need for greater commitment to the prevention of mass atrocities such as genocide and crimes against humanity, torture, and war crimes, of course. So we need to have a goal, if you will, in this 21st century, that the enormous advances in international justice are going to be ones that prove to be strong deterrents to the commission of such atrocities and contribute to the prevention of conflict more broadly. The ICC is at the forefront of this system. It's the first permanent criminal court able to try individuals for serious violations of international law. It has its challenges, Mr. Speaker, no question. But, Canada was a party to the treaty establishing that court, and we have agreed to try alleged war crimes and human rights abusers here in Canada, and we just had evidence of that recently in Montreal. So now, Mr. Speaker, torture treatment experts estimate that 25 to 30% of refugees and immigrants living in countries like Canada have experienced torture with war trauma. The Government of Canada figures suggest that there are hundreds of alleged war criminals and human rights abusers currently in Canada, and often survivors of atrocities express their desire to seek justice served for the harm they have suffered. So justice can play an important role, no question, in the healing process, helping to address some of the emotional and psychological challenges faced by survivors. And that's why the stated purpose of this bill, we agree with exploring the option at the committee level and deciding whether or not it should apply to victims of terrorism, as well as other forms of state violation of human rights and international law. So if we are to accept the amendments to State Immunity Act, and we're wanting to do the whole thing, we need to open it up to other facets. We should ensure that foreign government officials and their agents implicated in torture and other atrocities can also be tried in Canadian courts. Canada's State Immunity Act has created a barrier to such cases in Canada, leading to a statement of the UN Committee Against Torture that this is an improper interpretation of obligations under the Torture Convention. Cases in civil courts are an important complement to a strong criminal law system, providing an alternative forum for cases and allowing for the possibility of compensation and other forms of redress. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we support the initiatives that redress the harm done to victims and deter future state sponsorship of violations of human rights. But we are not convinced that the bill in its present form is really the way to go, or that all the unintended implications that I've mentioned have been thought through thoroughly. We have serious concerns about Cabinet's interference with justice in the form of creating a list of states which would face court action in Canada to the exclusion of other states. We also wish to explore whether or not these measures could deter other forms of illegal state violence and violations of human rights. And if not in this bill, as I said, Mr. Speaker, and that's fine if that's the conclusion of the committee to deal with the area of torture, then we would like to see some commitment by this Parliament to legislation that would amend the Immunity Act to deal with that. Now, that's far too important to wait for another year or two. So notwithstanding these concerns about the bill, given our commitment to giving victims of state violations of human rights an opportunity to seek justice and to make sure that justice is done, we'll join others to see this bill to committee, to support the passage to committee, and then to take a look at it at committee, to hear from others. I think what wasn't really understood well enough from the government is what these unintended consequences are when it comes to our diplomacy abroad. And for that, we need to hear from experts. We need to hear from people in the field. We need to hear from those who have seen this in the United States and have said, please, if you're going to do this, stay away from this listing provision that we see in our bill, in this bill, sorry. So I guess at the end of the day, I started my comments off by saying I think there's a shared objective here, and that is to deal with those who have been victimized by terrorism. That everyone agrees that that is something to address and have redress. But if we don't do it properly, then it's difficult for certain members of the Parliament to support it, and I would align myself with those. Because if you don't get it right, you could be in that unfortunate space, Mr. Speaker, of having brought forward a law that undermines the actual objective that you're trying to achieve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
To the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask this honourable member, I know he spoke about having a provision for bringing a course of action against states and noted that this may cause countries to retaliate against Canada because of this. Would the member tell us which countries he feels could or would retaliate against Canada?
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, I think that's the whole problem, Mr. Speaker, and it's not to start to create concerns about countries that do or don't exist on a list. It's the whole idea. And I guess, Mr. Speaker, the retaliatory actions he can come up and conjure up in his own mind. I'm not identifying countries. I'm identifying problems in policy. And I'm not alone on this. I mean, the jurisdictions south of the border who have had concerns about this have said this is a problem. You don't want to go there. And we've also had Canadian experts from the Patterson School here in Ottawa have said, look, this is not the way to go. It could affect your diplomatic affairs. It could undermine your objectives in diplomacy and multilateral relations in a multipolar world. So this isn't about which country and which response. This is about the policy itself undermining the objectives that we're all trying to achieve.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And certainly it seems that in the United States it certainly has been a big problem. I mean, once again, I've suggested the government look at experiences that actually work, or instances where certain types of legislation can be proven to work. And once again, they're embarked on legislation here where we have evidence that it hasn't worked that well in the United States. In the United States experience, similar legislation has been in place for a decade. The only listed countries can be sued, which is currently Cuba, Iran, Syria, Sudan, North Korea, and Iran and Libya were originally on the list, but they were taken off. But the common problems that they're finding in there has been a refusal of defendants to recognize the jurisdiction of the American courts, and as such the defendants don't appear, and default judgments are rendered, which the debtor countries then ignore and refuse to pay. So you go through this process, at the end of the day you come out empty-handed. I mean, that's not what we want to do here. We want to get legislation that works in the first place. And my colleague and member of the Liberal caucus got to the point this morning when they said that you don't need a list of countries. As a matter of fact, that's the wrong way to go. That a injustice is an injustice no matter what country perpetrates it, and people should have the right to sue on the basis of the injustice, regardless of the country that's there. So I'd like to ask the member to elaborate a little bit more on that experience in the States.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, I thank my colleague for pointing out in some detail the concerns of the list, and I still have concerns about what the consequences would be of the list, but I guess more profoundly, Mr. Speaker, I have grave concerns about the intent of this bill as was put together by the government, because I mean they have the full capacity of government to study legislation, to make sure the legislation works, to make sure there, for instance, there's constitutional questions that can be raised with this bill in terms of jurisdiction, and you know the responsibilities and roles of the executive branch, the courts, etc. So I find it strange that the government would bring forward a bill that has been, you know, as I said, objectives are lofty, and I think 100% of the House agrees with the objectives, but would bring it forward in such a manner that it is restrictive and can actually undermine the objectives. And the evidence is south of the border. I mean, they basically have said, don't go there, don't put the list together. What you're going to do is corner yourself. And in terms of just natural, fair justice, Mr. Speaker, I don't think I have to tell you that if you're going to limit citizens as to where they can bring forward their grievances, then you're actually not being fully democratic in the application of law. And when a country you get to choose from a list of countries, what happens when and if there are countries that aren't on the list and citizens who are affected? What will happen with that? What challenges will go to our Supreme Court on that? And think of the resources here, Mr. Speaker. I mean, you know, when these things are done, they come with cost, and the cost of time, cost of money. And if at the end of the day we put forward legislation that ends up having really no efficacy and no redress, yet spends a lot of resources, I think we will undermine the whole principle. And as I said in my comments, my colleague said, it is an experience that they've had in the United States, not just for 1, 2, 3 years, for a decade, and they've said, look, this part, stay away from. Do not list. This will undermine your objectives. And so I say to the government, listen carefully to everyone. We'll see that at committee, but don't be stubborn about this. This is too important, and if you're stubborn and ideological about it, then this bill I don't think will pass, and the whole idea and the concept and the principle will have been put aside, and that would be a shame, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to continue on with the line of questioning from the last question, we ended by saying that it looks like the best we can get is default judgments in the United States, and then the debtor countries ignore and refuse to pay. So now where have you left your victim, Mr. Speaker? The next problem is recovery, and they say recovery is a problem given the limited assets of listed countries being held in the U.S. and the executive branch's resistance to allow frozen assets to be used for the purpose. So even if you're trying to hunt down the assets, you're not going to be getting the help of the government in this regard. The executive would resist such efforts over concerns about retaliatory measures, losing leverage over the countries concerned, and potentially violating international law and state immunity. And they go on to talk about the Algiers court as an example. So clearly this is very complicated. In addition to that, countries like Cuba and Iran have simply retaliated by bringing in their own equivalent measures introduced in their own countries. So I'd ask the member if he'd like to comment further on that aspect of this.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think the point that my colleague's making is that this isn't a one-dimensional process. I mean, when you involve other actors by design, you are bringing in other possibilities and responses. And if you are, as an executive, the cabinet, writing a list, it comes with some, expense. And you can say, fine, that's no problem. We are principled, and we're going to make sure that we follow our principles. However, what is your objective? And if your objective is actually to address and redress victims of terrorism, and by listing countries, you actually cut off their ability to seek to have that redress, then clearly you need to acknowledge that. I think that's what's been seen in the States, and I think we'd be wise to learn that lesson. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I think when we look at international law, we look at what is happening with the ICC, and we look at the ability for grievances to be dealt with in a multilateral world. I think there's a lot of emphasis should be put on not listing countries for purposes that we see here by cabinet. But if you really want to get at grievances at an international level and have our government play there and push international justice, then we need to strengthen and harness support for institutions like the ICC. And of course, ensuring that we not only deal with terrorism and torture and other crimes against humanity, but we also are in the business of preventing them. And I could give you longer than the 2-hour speech on that, Mr. Speaker, and I won't do that to you, but I will ensure you that many would like to see some support for prevention of these things before they happen, and we haven't seen enough of that from this government, quite frankly.
Resuming debate. Please do
Resuming debate.
For Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise today on behalf of the constituents of Fleetwood Port Kells to address Bill C-35. It's a pleasure to have this opportunity at second reading to speak about how this government is delivering on its commitment to protect the safety and security of Canadians, both at home and abroad, from terrorist activities, while giving those who do fall victim to heinous acts of terrorism an ability to fight back. Over the last few years, all of us have been witness to the horrible carnage that terrorism can and does leave in its wake. We have witnessed the broken lives, the broken communities, and the constant state of fear and panic which innocent bystanders, as well as victims and their families, are bound to forced to endure. And Canada is not immune from this threat. Hundreds of Canadians died in the bombing of Air India Flight 182, the worst terrorist attack in Canadian history and the largest in North America, prior to September 11, 2001. Canada has been singled out for possible future attacks by organizations such as the Al-Qaeda. We have also seen the successful persecution of homegrown terrorists before they had a chance to carry out their plans. We therefore cannot afford to bury our heads in the sand and pretend that a country has no stake in the global fight to put terrorists out of business. So we need to continue to take firm and decisive action. That's the primary reason behind Bill C-35, and act to deter terrorism and amend the State Immunity Act. Mr. Speaker, today we know that terrorist groups seldom act alone. The scale and sophistication of terrorist operations in recent years often require vast amounts of financial and organizational support. That support can come from other entities and even other states. Indeed, many observers have often described the relationship between terrorist groups and certain governments as one of a state operating within a state. The present reality is that money is the lifeblood of terrorism. One of the most effective ways to deter terrorism and put terrorists out of business is therefore to hit them where it can hurt the most, is the pocketbook. The bill before us today, an act to deter terrorism and amend the State Immunity Act, will do just that. By allowing victims of terrorism to sue perpetrators, and supporters of terrorism, including those states that support terrorism, while respecting the important international relations we have. Specifically, Bill C-35 will allow victims of terrorism to seek redress for any loss of damages that occurred as a result of terrorist acts committed anywhere in the world or after January 1st, 1985. In cases where they can demonstrate a real and substantial connection between their cause and Canada, the target of these suits will be perpetrators of terrorist attacks as well as their supporters, including certain states known to support terrorism. In the case of the latter, Bill C-35 proposes to lift state immunity under certain conditions so that governments who do support terrorism will no longer be able to hide behind the cloak of international rules and agreements between civilized and law-abiding countries. The amendments before us today will allow the Governor and Council to designate those states to which state immunity will no longer apply, provided there are reasonable grounds to believe that they support terrorism. The bottom line is that states and organizations who bankroll terrorists seek to operate in the shadows. In most cases, they don't want their actions held to the eyes of the world so that everyone can see who and what they are. Creating a cause of action so that they can be held to account through the courts who will just do that. While also giving victims the opportunity to seek justice, something that they sought to some time and what this government is now delivering on. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-35 will do more than just create a cause of action for victims and terrorists in civil courts. It also proposes to give the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of Finance the discretion to assist within his or her mandate and to the extent reasonably practical in identifying and locating in Canada the property of a foreign state against which a judgment has been rendered, provided it is in Canada's best interest to do so. The Government of Canada is committed to helping victims, and this is what these provisions will allow them to do so. They'll allow us to help make sure justice is served in ways that don't jeopardize our standing in the international community. They'll help make sure that states which support terrorism face the consequences of their actions in real and tangible ways, while also ensuring that cultural property, such as museum collections in Canada, is not subject to seizure. This bill is balanced, effective, and fair. Several years have now passed since that terrible day in 2001 when Canadians and people from around the world became aware of just how much they were at risk and how committed terrorists were to causing untold and indiscriminate carnage. Since then, together with our allies, Canada has stood up to say, we are not going to be afraid, we are not going to back down from terrorists or given into fear. We are going to meet the threats they pose head-on and take the necessary steps to protect this country, protect our fellow citizens, and help ensure that terrorists do not succeed in raining havoc amongst our friends, neighbors, and our allies overseas. That's the commitment to all of us as Canadians made in 2001. It's the commitment that all of us as Canadians still believe in upholding today. The bill presently before us gives this country another important tool in our efforts to both deter terrorism and help ensure that victims get justice they so rightly deserve. I therefore urge all honourable members to give speedy passage to Bill C-35 and stand united in sending a message to those who would threaten our homes, our families, and even our lives, that together we will stop you and together we will win in the fight against terrorism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank our honourable colleague for her intervention in this particular issue. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, whether the honourable member could explain to the House how a victim of terrorism would proceed to sue perpetrators or supporters of terrorism under Bill C-35.
The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable member for his question. What I would like to tell him that under this bill, any victim of terrorism and that could file an action in Canada to seek redress for loss or damage resulting from a terrorist act committed by a terrorist entity listed under the Criminal Code or other persons or organizations that carried out a terrorist attack. Suits such could also brought against individuals, entities, or listed states that provided support to an entity listed pursuant to the Criminal Code. So the court would then determine whether, it can hear the case by determining whether, there is a real and substantial connection between the action and Canada. So if a favorable judgment is issued to a plaintiff, the defendant, including a listed state, would have an obligation to comply with the court's decision, or its assets and property could be seized. So in matters, where a listed state could be found liable, the plaintiff could request assistance from the Minister of Foreign Affairs or the Minister of Finance to identify and locate the state's asset under Canadian jurisdiction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A question for my colleague that I'm wondering what her opinions are about the apparent omission of any charges of torture that may be perpetrated by another state from this piece of legislation. That we've recognized that in the field of anti-terrorism, one of the components that is used is torture, sometimes state-sanctioned torture in other parts of the world. My question to her is that in allowing the Canadian government to pursue these types of cases in court, two things. One is the piece about torture, which seems to be glaringly absent, and I'm curious as to why she thinks that is. And why she thinks that the government, in constructing this entire piece of legislation, made no mention of the International Court in The Hague that is set up to do many of the things that she mentioned were important to her in her speech. There's no component of a court that actually already exists to pursue some of the very cases that her government seems so interested in, and will she not endorse the workings in The Hague and other places that try to keep the international rule of law in mind when countries are facing each other in conflict?
Try my best.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member, sorry, is this resuming debate? No? It's a reply to the question and comment. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable member for his question. I think the honourable member should applaud what our government is doing. Our government of Canada is committed to fighting terrorism and to holding the perpetrators and supporters of terrorism accountable for their actions. So with this bill, what we are showing leadership against terrorism, and we are providing the means for victims to speak justice against the individuals, organizations, and foreign states that support terrorism. So this proposed legislation is one of the several initiatives undertaken to recognize the victims of terrorism. And we have also established June 23rd as a National Day of Remembrance for victims of terrorism. So the date was chosen to honor the victims of Air India Flight 182, the worst terrorist attack in Canadian history and the largest in North America prior to September 11, 2001. So the Government of Canada also established a full public judicial inquiry into the bombing of Flight 182 in order to investigate unresolved questions. So the families of the victims of Air India bombing had been calling for a public inquiry since the day of this disaster, but for over a decade, the previous Liberal government turned a deaf ear to request of an inquiry into this tragedy. So it took a Conservative government to do so the right thing and call an inquiry. So what I would like to tell the honourable member, the Government of Canada is determined to take decisive steps to protect Canadians from the threat of terrorism. By tabling this legislation, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is sending a very, very clear message that perpetrators of terrorism and their supporters will be held accountable for their actions.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a little confused, and I'd like my honourable colleague to stop reading the paper and answer a simple question. I asked her a question about torture. This has been an incredibly important part of the debate surrounding terrorism. I asked her why torture was not included, and all she could do was read her PMO-prepared notes. I also asked her a question about the International Criminal Court, and does her government support such efforts while the United States has turned its back on it? I asked two simple questions, and she went off in some other place, simply stated, calmly stated for the member, and I asked her to put the paper aside and tell me what she thinks. Why was torture not included in this piece of legislation? Obviously a component that is connected to international terrorism. This is not a complex question. This is a straightforward, simple question. I don't need PMO script. I need her thoughts on this.
The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I would like to thank the honourable member for his question. What I would like to tell the honourable member, please get behind this bill, support this bill, and to give it a speedy passage to this bill, and stand united in sending a message to those who would threaten to our homes, our families, and even our lives. So this is very important. It's not only important for my constituents, it is very important for your constituents as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to ask the member from Fleetwood Port Kells. Now, we have a situation where the Conservative government has tried to reward the Colombian administration, the government of Colombia, giving them privileged trading access to Canada. And yet, the Colombian government has ties to paramilitary organizations, and as the member well knows, the story broke just a few weeks ago that on Colombian government property, Colombian paramilitaries were being recruited to support the Honduran coup leaders. And the results of the paramilitary transfer from Colombia to Honduras was the death of a number of individuals in Honduras. The Honduran government, the Honduran coup, overthrew a legitimate democratic government. The Colombian paramilitaries tied to the Colombian government are involved. In her opinion, is that the kind of thing that this bill should tackle, the abuse of government property to ensure that paramilitary thugs can be transferred from Colombia to Honduras to overthrow a democratic government? And does she not believe, if that's the case, that this government should withdraw its shameful privileged trading relationship with President Uribe?
Good question. Honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable member for his question. What I would like to tell him that Bill C-35 specifically will allow victims of terrorism to seek redress for any loss of damages that occurred as a result of terrorist attacks committed anywhere in the world on or after January 1st, 1985, in cases where they can demonstrate a real and substantial connection between their cause and Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster, a brief question.
Well, yes, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the member didn't respond on the question. I know Conservatives have difficulty going beyond their PMO notes that they're issued every morning, but they should be representing their constituents and they should be able to speak from the heart. So I'll ask the member again, given that we have Colombian paramilitary thugs that apparently receive the full support of the Conservative government because they want to enact a privileged trading relationship with this regime that is tied to these paramilitary thugs, given their involvement in the killings of innocent people in Honduras who were protesting the coup, the overthrow of legitimate government, does the member believe that that is the kind of action that the Conservative government should be condemning? Does the member believe that the Conservative government should be speaking out against these kinds of human rights abuses?
Honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, I would like to tell the honourable member the very same answer that I answered earlier, that specifically Bill C-35 will allow victims of terrorism to seek redress of any loss or damages that occurred as a result of terrorist attacks committed anywhere in the world on or after January 1st, 1985. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will speak very briefly in the debate. I appreciate the opportunity to do so. I think that the subject matter of the bill before us is an important one. I think it reflects important developments in our political and legal life that deserve to be debated and better understood, and certainly discussed widely in committee after second reading. I certainly look forward to that discussion, and I want to echo the comments made by my friend from Ottawa Centre with respect to the importance of having a real discussion about some of the issues that have been raised with respect to the legislation. And I appreciated particularly the comments made by the member from Fleetwood Port Kells. She, I think, made some important statements about the significance in Canada of our recognizing the impact that terrorism has had in Canada. I had the privilege of being asked by the former government to review the circumstances underlying the bombing of Flight 182 and recommended a further inquiry. And had a chance to spend some time in her community as well as in a number of other constituencies across the country in meeting with members of the communities that have been touched and so devastated by the impact of that act of terrorist bombing. And as I said in my report, Mr. Speaker, in calling for a further inquiry, in calling for a recognition of June the 23rd as a date during which Canada should recognize the loss of life, not only in the Air India bombing, but the loss of life where Canadians have been touched by acts of terrorism around the world. That in many respects we failed as a country to take account of what took place on that tragic day. And we also failed to come to terms with the impact that this kind of terrorism has had on us and has had on a number of other countries around the world. I think since 1985, we've seen how tragically and how deeply shared these issues are affecting communities, people, cities, countries, and it's precisely because governments have not always been able, for a variety of reasons, to respond effectively to the impact that these terrible bombings, these terrible attacks, these terrible events have on people, that I was a very strong supporter of the private member's bill that was in the Senate that dealt with the question that is now before the House. And in fact, because I was not a member of this House at the time it was being considered, I had a chance to appear before the Senate committee and give my support to the principles in the Senate bill. The bill that's before us it does represent, I think, a step forward in the sense that it recognizes that there is a right that pertains to an individual to pursue a civil claim against a group and against a government that is sustaining that group, that has in fact caused the loss of life and caused the impact, the damages, if you will, Mr. Speaker, of a terrorist act. Terrorist acts are, of course, criminal. We know that. And we also know that states and their ministries are very jealous of their own particular jurisdiction. And I think it's fair to say, Mr. Speaker, that up until the present time, with the very few exceptions, The issue of terrorism has been seen as an exclusively political issue that can only be managed and dealt with by states, by armies, by lawyers working for national governments, and that citizens themselves, while their rights have been impacted and affected, in many cases their lives have been devastated by the impact of a terrorist act, effectively citizens are marginalized and put on the margins. And I think what this bill represents, Mr. Speaker, is a partial step forward in that it recognizes that citizens have rights on the one hand, but on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague from Mount Royal has already discussed this, I just wanted to add my thoughts to it, is that it, in creating this notion of a political list, which would be essentially crafted by departments of foreign affairs and departments of justice, effectively it takes away with one hand what it gives with the other. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm very familiar with the kind of legal and political advice that governments would be getting with respect to this, and I think we all understand why the government has decided to adopt the civil remedy portions of the private members' bill, but to insist on the notion of a political list. And I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I think that decision is mistaken. I think it's mistaken because I think its net effect will be to not give in substance the rights which people are being given in theory. And secondly, that in light of the comments that were made by several members on the other side about why this provision is in the bill, just to say that, in my view, it will have the opposite effect of what they think. It's precisely because it will politicize the whole process that it will make an achievement of justice that much more difficult. I just want to turn my attention briefly to the comments that have been made by other members with respect to the question of torture. And I know that my colleague from Mount Royal is going to be producing a private member's bill, which he's discussed with all of us on our side, with respect to this of applying more clear civil remedies with respect to torture and removing state immunity from in that regard, which we regard as an entirely positive and healthy extension of the rule of law and of the rights of citizens. And I think it has traditionally been in our national interest as a country, Mr. Speaker, to extend the rule of law as far as we can and to make sure that the notion of human rights is made real, not only in international courts but in our own courts. And so I hope the committee discussion will give us a chance to discuss whether or not there is a way of amending this legislation that will meet that criteria, or whether we simply do it in a parallel process with a separate piece of legislation. And I'm certainly very open to a discussion with colleagues from all sides of the House with respect to this question. I can't imagine a member of this House not believing that someone who is a victim of torture should have civil rights and civil remedies, and that no government should be able to hide behind state immunity when it comes to the use of torture, any more than they should be able to hide behind state immunity with respect to the sponsorship of terrorist organizations. And so, Mr. Speaker, in that regard, je voudrais dire tout simplement que nous
I would simply like to say that we support the principles of the bill introduced by the government, but we think there's a problem with the listing of the states that will be the object of legal proceedings. And we hope that we will be able to convince the government in a very consensual fashion of the importance of finding other solutions to reach a solution. And I hope that that will be the case. As concerns torture, Mr. Speaker, we share the viewpoint that the notion of the immunity of a state should not be used to award immunity to states that practice torture on their citizens or on Canadian citizens, because that is the concept that we want to live in this world. We respect human rights, and we want human rights to be genuine. and I hope that we will reach better conclusions. And Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
For Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Toronto Centre for his intervention. And I actually don't find any disagreement in his comments with my concerns about the bill. I just wanted to ask him if he believes that the concerns that he has enumerated with the bill, if they aren't changed, is it really possible to support this bill? In other words, the list. I'm of the opinion that unless this list goes, there's some other things that need to be addressed, but that is obviously front and center of the concerns that many, and I, himself included, have mentioned. But if we can't change it, does he have the opinion, as I am, that this is something that we probably couldn't support if there isn't amendments made to take that out of the bill?
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after 30 years plus in politics, I've never seen a hypothetical question answered successfully, so I don't intend to start now. But I would say to the honourable member, I have much more confidence, perhaps, than he does in his question, with respect to our ability to persuade the government, perhaps even through something as simple as the force of numbers, that amendments are necessary. It's my sense, too, from discussions with a number of groups that have been very actively involved, the survivors of 9/11, the families of the families and survivors of the families of the victims of Air India, that there's a powerful sense that we want to make sure we get our legislation right in Canada. But I do want to say to members that I appreciate the leadership the government has shown in at least bringing the legislation forward. I'm sorry that they haven't done the way it was proposed by my colleague from Mount Royal, who's been a real leader in this issue, not only in this chamber but indeed internationally. But I do think we can pass legislation which will set a standard not only for Canada but set a standard for the rest of the world. I think as we learn to take terrorism far more seriously as a country, Mr. Speaker, we also have to learn to understand that the real impact of these acts of violence is felt by real people whose rights should not be eliminated for political reasons, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak to this bill today. Bill C-35, an act to deter terrorism and to amend the State Immunity Act. And as the members of the House know, that the first reading of this bill was June the 2nd of this year. Bill C-35, an act to deter terrorism and to amend the State Immunity Act, was introduced June 2nd by the Minister of Public Safety, and the bill creates cause of action that allows victims of terrorism to sue individuals, organizations, and terrorist entities for loss or damage suffered as a result of acts or omissions that are punishable under Part 3, Section 1 of the Criminal Code. That's the part of the code dealing with terrorism offenses, and which have been committed by these individuals, organizations, or entities. It also allows victims of terrorism to sue foreign states that have been supported terrorist entities which have committed such acts in certain circumstances. The victim's loss or damage can have occurred inside or outside Canada, but must have occurred on or after January the 1st, 1985. If the loss or damage occurred outside Canada, there must be a real and substantial connection to this country. Bill C-35 also amends the State Immunity Act to create a new exception to state immunity, the general rule that prevents states from being sued in Canada's domestic courts. However, the new exception serves to remove state immunity only when the state in question has been placed on a list established by Cabinet on the basis that there's reasonable grounds to believe that has supported or currently supports terrorism. And as we've heard this morning through most of the debate, and certainly the following debate, a lot of the dissension involves and surrounds that whole question of whether or not it's proper to have this list included. We know through experience that the Americans have had similar legislation, have had legislation like this in effect now for at least 10 years, and the critics of that legislation point to the fact that it's the list that causes the problems and makes the bill difficult to deal with. And on the basis of the conversations I've heard this morning, the excellent comments from at least two, maybe more of the Liberal speakers in this House, it seems to me that at the end of the day, there could develop a consensus on this bill surrounding this particular list. Because it seems to me that if you remove the list, then it removes the impediments to supporting the bill at the committee stage. And there was another component that was important here that we wanted to add in, that we would look at adding at the committee stage, and that had to deal with the issue of torture. However, Mr. Speaker, the new exemption serves to remove cabinet immunity only when the state in question has been placed on the list established by the cabinet, and there has to be reasonable grounds to believe that has supported or currently supports terrorism. Bill C-35 is similar to a number of private members' bills and Senate public bills that have been introduced in Parliament since 2005. The primary difference between the previous bills and C-35 is that the other bills sought to include the cause of action in the criminal code, whereas C-35 creates a freestanding civil cause of action. In terms of the background and context of the bill, one of the most significant features of C-35 is the fact that it gives victims of terrorist acts the ability to sue foreign states that support terrorism in Canada's domestic courts. Most states do not recognize sponsoring or supporting terrorism as an exception to the general state immunity principle. Customary international law historically gave states, their agents, and instrumentalities complete immunity from being sued in the domestic courts of other states. This principle arose out of another international law, the sovereign equality of states. Mr. Speaker, I do know that we are getting a little bit short on time today, and that I will have more time to continue with the debate on this bill when we resume. But I do want to specifically deal with the whole issue of the bill as it exists in the United States, because it seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that once again, I really feel the government should be looking at best practices, and they should go anywhere in the world to find examples of where best practices exist, and where you have a piece of legislation where you can demonstrate that it's ineffective, and you can isolate and determine what the reasons are for it being effective, then we should simply use that case to improve our own. And Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, in the United States, similar legislation has been in place for more than a decade. The only listed countries can be sued, which is what this bill contemplates, Mr. Speaker, with currently listed countries being Cuba, Iran, Syria, Sudan, and North Korea. And with Iraq and Libya were originally listed but have since been delisted. The common problem identified by the Congressional Research Service, so this is a documented, this can be documented, has been the refusal of defendants to recognize the jurisdiction of the American courts. Well, there's no surprise there. And as such, the defendants do not appear, and default judgments are rendered, which the debtor countries then ignore and refuse to pay. So you have feel-good legislation where people in good faith launch lawsuits thinking that they are going to get results, and they find out they get a default judgment against the rogue state that's on the list, but then the countries ignore the judgment, or they refuse to pay. And then they go on to say that even if you do get the judgment and the country refuses to pay, you can't recover money anyway, because there's very limited assets of the listed countries being held in the United States, and Canada would have far less percentage of assets to be looked at. And regardless of the limitation of assets, the
I'm sorry to interrupt the honourable member, but as he knows, the time for debate on government orders today has come to an end, but I assure him he'll have 12.5 minutes left and the time remaining for his remarks when this matter comes before the House the next time. Comme il est 13h30,
Since it is 1:30, the House will now address the...
According to the order paper of today.
186, instruction to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, standing in the name of Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson, seconded by Mr. Albrecht, moves that the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities be instructed to examine current federal support measures that are available to adoptive parents and their adopted children, recognizing and respecting provincial and territorial jurisdictions in this regard, and, following completion of its study, report back to the House with its findings. Debate. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today to speak on my motion regarding the subject of federal supports for adoptive parents. My motion, M386, recommends the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities examine current federal support measures available for adoptive parents while recognizing and respecting provincial and territorial jurisdictions. Such a study would be beneficial in helping us evaluate current public policy while shedding more light on issues faced by adoptive parents. Now, some honourable members may be surprised to discover I was adopted as an infant into the care of a wonderful family, and that I count an esteemed senator and Hockey Hall of Fame forward as a relative through my biological mother. It may come as a further surprise that my wife Sarah and I have desired for several years now to add to our 5 beautiful biological children an adopted child as well. It is this journey that has connected us to many other Canadians who are seeking to adopt or who have adopted, and the myriad challenges they face along the way. I'll come back to this later in my comments, but first, let's establish a clear foundation. The family is the basic building block of society. Everything starts with the family. It's where we raise, nurture, and protect our children. It's where we teach them about who they are, where they come from, and why they are here. And so much of our society's future depends on making sure Canadian families receive the proper respect and support they need to ensure their children succeed, learn, grow, and take their place in society. And let us agree there is equal value for parenting, whether one is a biological or adoptive parent. And let us also agree there is equal value for children, whether biological or adopted. And let this fundamental accord ultimately find full expression in the policy choices of government. Currently, there are several support measures available to adoptive parents. EI parental benefits are available for working parents. Our Conservative government passed Bill C-14, granting permanent residence status or Canadian citizenship to adopted children, making that process quicker and easier. Adoptive parents are also eligible for a range of supports that our government provides to families with children, including the adoption tax credit, which helps defray the costs of adoption at tax time. And adoptive parents also receive the universal child care benefit of $100 per child under 6, and the child tax credit of $2,000 per child under 18, measures enacted by this government. As well, they are eligible for the Canada Child Benefit and the National Child Benefit Supplement for families with low and middle income levels. Now, by way of example, and as the most visible support available to adoptive parents, let me speak more fully about the EI program and its special benefits, which include parental benefits. The EI program currently includes 4 types of special benefits to support working Canadians when they experience an interruption in earnings owing to childbirth, parenting, illness, or the provision of care or support to a gravely ill family member. Now, the EI program has provided maternity benefits to a maximum of 15 weeks since 1971. These weeks are specifically for birth mothers to recover while they are physically unable to work due to pregnancy or childbirth. Maternity benefits can start up to 8 weeks prior to the expected date of birth and allow biological mothers to recuperate after childbirth and care for their newborn infants during their first weeks after the birth. The EI program helps both biological and adoptive parents balance work and family responsibilities by providing support for them to stay home with their newly born or adopted child. These are parental benefits, and they're payable to a maximum of 35 weeks. Adoptive parents may receive these benefits from the date the child is placed with the new family, and the 35 weeks of parental benefits can be used by either the mother or father or shared between them. And there are some elements under maternity and parental EI benefits designed to make the program flexible and supportive. For example, if parental benefits are being shared by both parents, only one waiting period needs to be served. If a child has to be hospitalized, parents can choose to claim parental benefits immediately or when the child comes home from the hospital. Additional benefits are also available to assist low-income families with children through the family supplement, which can increase the basic benefit rate from 55% to a maximum of 80% for claimants with low net family incomes. And a further element of flexibility is parents may collect maternity and parental benefits while out of the country by advising Service Canada of their absence from Canada before leaving. The EI program also allows parents to work while on claim. And effective as of December last year, our government increased the amount that can be earned while working part-time and receiving EI benefits. Some families require that. And last, I'm not going to go into possible maternity benefits for self-employed Canadians, except to say that a government bill will ultimately capture that part of the debate. Now, biological and adoptive parents share many things. Bringing a baby home is exciting and exhilarating and exhausting. There's a shared concern about having the abilities and the time needed to lay a solid foundation for a healthy relationship with their children. And both biological and adoptive parents need recuperation for emotional, physical, and psychological effects of receiving children. Now, while maternity benefits recognize this for biological parents, currently there is no additional benefit for adoptive parents. There are some real and often little or unknown challenges facing adoptive parents, which birth parents don't face, and which need to be considered in the light of public policy. First of all, adoption means parents have to prove they are acceptable in order to receive a child. The same isn't true of biological parents, and the process is grueling. As one adoptive mother shared with me, and I'm quoting here, we were meeting with a social worker and watching our family, marriage, children, and history get picked apart and analyzed. We spent 4 months under an intense microscope. They questioned our motives, our communication, our parenting, and our marriage. We usually left these meetings feeling wrung out and completely bare. End of quote. Now, the same mother understood the need for ensuring the fitness and commitment of potential parents for adopting a child. But nevertheless, what it underscores is this process is draining and something biological parents don't have to face. Now, second, the time before receiving the child can be very different for biological and adoptive parents. Not only is the screening process I spoke of emotionally taxing, but the process of adoption has fees and costs, not to mention the abundant lost work time, and that's income that isn't replaced. Adoptive parents almost always wait longer to receive their child than biological parents. Gestation is usually not longer than 9.5 months, and while quick adoptions are available for those seeking a child with special needs, beyond that, adoptive parents wait and wait and wait. And adoptive parents are at a disadvantage to biological parents in the attachment process before receiving the child. Attachment starts for biological parents during the pregnancy. Mom begins to feel and experience fetal development and movement in her own body. Dad can begin to experience and relate to the developing baby in utero as well. And with the marvels of modern ultrasound, biological moms and dads can see their baby long before birth. Adoptive parents, on the other hand, cannot begin the process of attachment until their child is placed with them, though in some cases, like private adoptions, where the mother is known to prospective adoptive parents, the process of attachment can begin earlier. But there is little freedom to fully enter into attachment for either parents-to-be or a child with remaining ties to the biological mother, and the prospect that after child placement, the biological mother can revoke her decision to put the child up for adoption. In most cases, however, the child is unknown to the hopeful parents until the time of placement. Third, adoptive parents usually have little notice when it's time to receive their child. For biological parents, and I, as a father of 5, with a wife who, as a doula or a birth coach, has attended some 200 live births, I do have a little bit of knowledge about, the fact that normal pregnancy offers many clues to the arrival of baby in the lead up to birth. As such, maternity benefits can be planned for. For adoptive parents, pre-placement is a wait, then frantically or almost chaotically at times, hurry up. Such a situation leaves little or no opportunity to prepare for placement by arranging proper leave from work. In other words, transition is far from seamless for adoptive parents. Fourth, birth always involves a baby. Adoption doesn't. And the older the adopted child, often the tougher is the transition for parent and child. Older children who are adopted can experience developmental delays or health issues that can complicate the process of attachment to adoptive parents. Now, because older children come with a history, either with the biological mother or through foster care, they can often be dealing with issues of loss, trauma, neglect, or multiple caregivers. Moreover, barriers to successful parent-child attachment perpetuate the child's inability to form trusting and reliable relationships in life. Consider Jennifer L. and the transitional difficulties that she, her husband Jason, their 3 biological children, and her then 2-year-old adopted son, who had a history of neglect from his biological mother, experienced. And I'm quoting here. "No one will ever convince me that children have less awareness than adults. Sometimes they're more keenly aware of what is happening. That was true for our little boy. He knew his biological mother was leaving him forever and reacted like she was. I've never heard a cry like that one that came out of his little body that day. Not before, nor since. He shook with loss, sobbed with loss, fully understood loss, and a part of his heart was broken. That's what it sounded like. 5 years later, we still face it every once in a while. A broken heart more ready to lash out at love than to receive it, and more able to test than trust. Once our parental rights were established 2 weeks after leaving day, we thought he'd be able to experience a smooth transition into our family. We spent a year thinking that every day, and every day his actions begged that we reject him. If we hugged, he bit. If we praised, he ripped. He banged his head into walls and threw himself off of stairs. He rolled screaming from one end of the room to the other for hours and hours, sometimes the entire time he was awake. And we loved, and we cried, and we despaired, and we held on harder. We were told he had an attachment disorder. Well, no one needed to tell us. We lived it. When I considered the attachment I had with my biological children, I remembered the time spent holding them as infants, rocking, cradling them. So we wrapped him in his snuggly and we held him. And he screamed, and we held him longer. The stress was overwhelming. The bar for adoption had been set so high, we felt as though we had barely been approved as parents. Would they now take him away? We were failing. Our children were stressed.
They all had eagerly anticipated this little brother, and he had rejected them completely. As a family, we decided to make lists of what we were thankful for in him, so we could yell them out in the midst of his yelling. He had an amazing giggle. He loved to help. He made us laugh. And when he disconnected from us, these kept us holding on. End of quote. Now, Jennifer's experience is not uncommon for parents who adopt children that are older than infants. Now, we rightly recognize the value of biological motherhood and time together for biological parents and children as a worthwhile investment. But what about adoptive parents? They need their unique circumstances understood by those with a mandate to legislate, to know that their desire to parent is met with policies that support their choice to adopt. Mr. Speaker, it has been said it takes a village to raise a child. With thousands of children in foster care across Canada and children orphaned around the world through famine, natural disaster, civil unrest, and wars, those among us able and willing to adopt are key to the well-being of these children and to the building of vibrant families and communities. A grateful society must do all it can to assist them in their parenthood journey. I call on the House to support this motion to have the HoC committee study the supports available to adoptive parents. Let it call witnesses to explore the challenges of adoptive parents. Let it examine both domestic and international adoptions. And let it compare what supports are offered in other jurisdictions like Quebec and BC. Can we find a consensus around 2 or 3 issues that no matter our partisan stripe, we can all support? And maybe, after hearing testimony, committee members will agree with me that it's time for a flexible EI adoption transition leave of comparable length to maternity benefits. Colleagues, I have a vision of a Canada big enough and loving enough to affirm the value of all children. Join with me and vote yes on M386. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I offer my congratulations to my colleague from Essex for bringing this forward. It obviously comes from deep inside him, his experience in life, both as a child and as a parent. And I think it's a motion that's well worth looking at to see what we can do to help adoptive parents. And I have a few comments on that I'll make shortly. I'd just like to ask him. He mentioned specifically at the end of his comments one measure that we might look at. Are there a couple of specific ideas that he thinks might come out of this study that he would provide to the committee or give them a heads up that these are 1 or 2 things that we might look at when we do our deliberations in the Human Resources Committee?
Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague across the way. First, for his collegiality. He's been very generous in terms of his time spent with me, understanding where I'm coming from on this particular issue. I do have a couple of ideas. I don't want to overly inform. Obviously, I respect that committees are masters of their own destiny. But there are a couple of things I think that stand out in the research around the experiences of adoptive parents. One is that the process of adoption is costly, very costly, in fact. And secondly is that there's a need for time to be spent. Part of it's transitional. Some of the chaos that we talked about, the difficult circumstances around entering into adoption, as well as the additional time necessary for the bonding and the attachment between a parent, an adoptive parent, and the adopted child. So taking those 2 factors into consideration, I think, and agreeing that we start with the principle that there's equal value for parenting, whether they're adoptive or biological, and sort of equal value for the children, whether they're biological or adopted. I mentioned this idea of a transitional leave through the EI program that would help with some of that. And the second thing, perhaps, maybe we want to look at a measure that would tackle some of the costs. I know we already have an income tax credit. Perhaps we could look at augmenting that tax credit to offset some of the additional costs, Mr. Speaker. Those are a couple of ideas, but I think there are also groups out there that will come before the committee and provide, I think, some very instructive ideas. Of course, I'm sincerely hoping that we also generate a report that will be practical, and implementable and not sort of all over the place. And I look forward to the work of the committee and my colleague opposite in leading the opposition's efforts over there. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Essex for a very informative speech. I'm sure as we listen, we could all reflect on our own childhood and perhaps even thinking about our children and our grandchildren. The member from Essex did point out the very high success rate in terms of adoptive parent-child relationships, but he also was very clear in pointing out many of the obstacles. And so I think it's more than appropriate that this issue be referred to the HuMA Committee. A number of times during this interchange, we've talked about the tax credit that is available, and I'm wondering if the member could just clarify what the current regime is in terms of the tax credit available for adoptive parents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague. I also thank him for his support in seconding the bill and the support he's provided to me in this debate. The current tax credit is $10,000, which recognizes, of course, that's a non-refundable credit, so it's not for the full $10,000 in terms of the effective value of it. But it goes. I think it takes a significant step forward toward addressing some of the costs. The committee may want to take a good look at whether or not that should be augmented. There's still a fairly expensive process involved here, and they could be able to weigh that out in their deliberations, and maybe they'll come to the agreement that that this is something that could be augmented. Maybe it could be doubled. I'm not sure, but we have to get a sense, of course, of how many adoptions we're talking about, what the fiscal impact could be, and whether that reaches far enough to help offset some of the costs at tax time for those going through the adoption process. And again, I look forward to the study being undertaken, the witnesses that will come forward. I want to hear some more of the testimony. I have my own thoughts on it, but I'd love to see what comes out from Canadians from sea to sea as they begin to unpack this issue in front of Parliament. So thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, let me congratulate my colleague from Essex for bringing this motion forward. Obviously a motion that he comes about from personal experience. Adoption is an issue that affects so many Canadians in so many ways. And no adoptions are easy, none of them are cheap, none of them are a short process. All of them take commitment and dedication. In my own family, like many Canadians, I can look to people who've gone through the adoptive process. My brother Patrick and his wife Constance adopted their second child from China. My sister Jane and her partner adopted 2 girls in Ontario, one of whom I'm the proud godfather of. Members in this House will probably all know about our colleague from London North Centre and his adopted children, Abuk, Achan and Attar, who one of the more remarkable stories of how he adopted those children in the course of the work that he did in many ways to make the world better. That one is an incredible story of love, commitment, and perseverance, but it's also a story of combating long odds, of coordination of Canadian immigration with the provincial government and everything else, and is indicative of the dedication it takes to adopt children, provide a loving home. We know issues of child trafficking have to be taken care of. So we know that in the case of my colleague's process that there are certain things that need to be done. But we need to salute the tenacity and the perseverance of people who do so much for others and for themselves, and to provide a loving family to receive love as well to give it. In the case of my sister and her partner who adopted girls in Ontario, they were the result of difficult births, and they've given these children a wonderful upbringing. In the case of my brother Patrick and his adoption of Anne from China, it was a typical adoption for an adoption. It took a long time. There was a lot of waiting. There was a lot of hoping. There was a lot of praying. And when the time came, even after all that waiting, it came kind of suddenly. And it's a complete commitment and a complete change of life going through this adoption process. I had the chance a few weeks ago to meet a girl in my riding who's 20 years old, who was adopted at the age of 5 years old, who is Down syndrome, nonverbal. And Alicia requires the help of many people. And It is a blessing to her family to have adopted Alicia, but when you look at the financial strain that they have, not only when she was a child, but throughout her life because of her condition, that is a remarkable story as well. Whenever somebody adopts children, it usually requires a huge amount of commitment, whether it's travel overseas or whether it's the process they go through here. And again, in spite of much waiting, quite often when people are on the line to adopt a child, they suddenly get the call and they have to pick up and go, and it's life-changing in every sense of the word. Local adoption, same thing. There's a long and cumbersome process. Couples go through stages where their competence, their financial ability to raise a child are all questioned and examined. Before my wife and I were blessed with our own children, we had considered looking at the adoption route, and we saw how long it was going to take in Nova Scotia. And then, as I say, we were blessed to have our own children. There's attachment issues for people who adopt children. Significant emotional and spiritual investments of people who adopt children. In the case of my brother Patrick, he went to China to adopt his second child. They had their first child, Sophie, here in Canada. And because Sophie had a medical condition, a minor medical condition that they didn't think could be dealt with in China, my brother Patrick, the father, actually went to China with my other brother Barney to adopt the child and bring that child back. And two Canadian men adopting a child in China raised a few eyebrows, Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure you can understand. And in fact, in that long flight back, she became quite attached to Barney. And so when they came here, then her mother then had to go through that process again, which has all worked out very, very well. And quite often, we hear stories of people who go through this long process at great expense, and it doesn't turn out as they wish. We have the case of Imagine, the organization that we all heard about who went bankrupt when people were on a line to receive children. And again, I want to refer to my colleague from London North Centre, who posted, I guess on a blog or perhaps on a website, a reaction he had after we met with some of these people. I'm going to quote that, Mr. Speaker, because he would never do so himself. This is a quote. I just came from a meeting with numerous families who have been in the process of adopting overseas children through the Imagine agency that recently filed for bankruptcy. They gathered in reflection and pain and confusion as to what to do next. Some have $30,000 invested in the process and they're hurting. My wife and I were asked to attend because of our own adoption of 3 children from Sudan, and we respectfully accepted the invitation. Following an hour of venting their frustrations and developing plans of actions, they asked that I address them as an MP. Walking to the front, I felt humbled and just a little incapable. What could you say to a group of determined and dedicated families such as these? Yet as I turned to speak to them, I saw faces full of longing. They were at sea, slightly lost, with a sense they might be experiencing the end of a dream. Emotion ran through me as I comprehended that they were looking to government to make it happen, to bring about a successful resolution to the difficulties. What followed was a heart-to-heart like few times I've experienced in politics. One can only imagine what it's like for people who've invested so much of their adult life to bring a child to Canada to give it the love and the support that it needs. Difficult situation. As we know, adoption in Canada is a provincial issue. Many provinces have their own policies and legislation, and it varies considerably. In almost every province, there are private agencies who are licensed to assess applicants, to act as a go-between between the birth parents and the adoptive parents. Now, it's difficult to know the data on waiting lists. It's hard to put a number on this issue. Provinces don't generally keep that. They will give a general ballpark of how long it takes to go through the adoption process. A report in Alberta indicated that the average wait is somewhere between 6 and 30 months, and in other provinces it's higher than that. What support is available to adoptive parents now? My colleague from Essex indicated some of them. That is really the heart of this motion. What is available now? Some benefits are the same for birth or adoptive parents. Some of our social infrastructure recognizes the challenges of adoptive families. My colleague is asking that the Human Resources Committee evaluate that, look at provincial jurisdictions, look at what services are available, and look at what services are not available. Some provinces are going ahead. Some provinces have made some impact. In 2009, the Ontario Panel on Infertility and Adoption produced a report, and I'll quote from their report. This is in Ontario. Ontarians build their families in different ways. Many, including heterosexual couples, same-sex couples, and single people, use adoption and assisted reproduction services. But barriers like cost, Lack of information, system weaknesses, location, work constraints, and stigma prevent many Ontarians from accessing these services and keep many children waiting to be adopted. And I would commend this report to members for their consideration, because in the report, in the recommendations, it refers to some specific things that the province of Ontario recommends. A couple of those touch on the federal government. For the federal government to have a look and see how they can work with provinces to have a look at this situation. It is said in Ontario in this report that one out of every 6 couples in Ontario have issues of infertility, and we can all speak to that. We all know people in our own community, in our own families, who have trouble having children and look to the adoption process. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a big issue. It's in many ways a complex issue. It's an issue of importance to many, many Canadian families. I think it's an issue that touches on a whole level of jurisdictions, involves a lot of agencies, involves many people. I can certainly see that the Human Resources Committee has a lot of work ahead of it. We have our important poverty study that we need to get finished. But I support my colleague in his intent that we have a look at all of this myriad of infrastructure that exists around supporting adoptive families, to see if it's enough, to see if we can help, and to see if we can continue to make Canada the kind of place that's the best place on earth to raise all families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The motion that is currently open for consideration proposes the Human Resources and Skills Development Committee that I'm a member of consider the support measures currently provided by the federal government to adoptive parents and to their adopted children. I can tell you from the outset that Bloc Québécois is in favour of the Human Resources Committee considering this matter, the importance of which should not be underestimated. In fact, the adoption is an extremely complicated process from both an administrative and emotional and psycho-emotional point of view for both the child and the adoptive parents. Adoption, in fact, is not what it was in the 1970s, for example. Today, in Quebec, adopted children also come from outside Quebec, which means that necessarily the adoption is also, in 50% of cases, an habituation and acclimatation and cultural adaptation process, and obviously a radically disorienting one for the family. I'm pleased to note that the motion does recognise that Quebec's jurisdiction in the area of adoption. Quebec, moreover, has very clear policies that are well established when it comes to post-adoption services, which take several forms, which I'll refer to later. Indeed, since 1999, the Ministry of Health and Social Services has had a committee to study post-adoption services. This committee made 11 recommendations in its report. The committee set guiding principles affecting these 11 recommendations in the area of post-adoption support. There are 6 that I'd like to list now quickly. 1, focus particularly on preparation, which is a step which is often neglected. 2, work from the premise that adoption is never easy for both parents nor children. 3, the most effective assistance is quote-unquote normal assistance as opposed to quote-unquote marginalising assistance. One of the major challenges for parents and children is to successfully create family relationships that are as normal as possible, and that starts with the support that they receive. 4, we must identify and focus particularly on certain key moments, that is the matching process itself, expectations thereof, the arrival of the child, starting school, and the teenager's attempt to forge an identity. 5, the offer of support must be proactive as possible, insofar as support must be given that is using an approach focused on what's positive about the process rather than what's negative. 6, and finally, we must favour the use and even enhancement of existing network services rather than developing parallel services. This means using the resources which already exist, not only to normalise the support process, as we said earlier, but also to ensure that comprehensive and multidisciplinary support. That's why the Ministry of Health and Social Services gave the CLSCs and youth centres the responsibility for post-adoption support, which obviously takes many forms, especially medical, psychological and psychosocial. Beyond this direct assistance, the Quebec government also provides financial support to adoptive parents in the form of parent leave, which is just like the leave that biological parents receive, which unfortunately is not the case for all Canadians who don't have access to employment insurance system maternity benefits. The Quebec government also gives a refundable tax credit to cover 50% of adoption fees to a maximum of $10,000 per child. In short, this means that Quebec has developed, with great success I might say, adoption policies which put the welfare of the child first. This means that any intent to adopt must focus on the needs of the child, his or her best interests and rights. Moreover, the government of Quebec adheres to the provisions of the Hague Convention of May 29, 1993 on the protection of the child, cooperation in the area of international adoption, by providing reports to the countries of origin attesting to the adopted child's development in his or her new community, based on set criteria by the country of origin of the child. In summary, I'm completely in agreement with the need to have comprehensive and structured support in order so that parents and the children can navigate the adoption process as smoothly as possible. But I cannot emphasize enough, and I'm very glad that the motion stipulates this, that there is a need to respect the fact that adoption is a Quebec and provincial area of jurisdiction, and that there is no way the federal government should interfere in this area, which quite clearly Quebec has developed its own practices. Passing Bill C-14 in June 2007 helped address the unacceptable discrepancy that exists between the children of Canadians born abroad and those who are adopted, while respecting provincial areas of jurisdiction. The federal government's role as far as adoption is concerned is, in our opinion, limited to two things: providing tax credits and, for the rest of Canada, administering maternity and parent benefits. Overall, the Bloc Québécois is in favour of the principle of the motion, and that is that it may be beneficial to consider the ways the federal government can enhance the support it gives to parents and adoptive children. I'd like to quote a document from the Canada Adoption Council, and I quote, "In order to have successful adoptions, families must have access to the fundamental post-adoption support services they need, including skilled advisors in adoption, specialists in mental health, doctors, experts in trauma and attachment, and mentors who are parents too. In Canada, most adoptive parents don't have access to these services," end of quote. In light of the speech I've just given, quite clearly this does not apply to Quebec. But it's worth restating that any deficiencies or shortcomings do not justify any federal intrusion whatsoever in Quebec's jurisdiction. Resuming debate.
And it is a pleasure to speak in this House in support of Motion 386, calling for the Human Resources Committee to study the support measures available to adoptive parents and their children. Just in opening comments, Mr. Speaker, I too, like many of my colleagues, have been aware of and have been touched by people who have dealt with the issue of adopting children. And it's also something, Mr. Speaker, that I think as parents and as family members, we all hold in trust. In fact, my grandmother, who I never had the pleasure of meeting, told my mother when she was raising us, she passed away before I was born, but said to my mother, "The children aren't yours as property, they're yours to be entrusted." And I think that is for all of us as parents and family members to note, is that when we come to be parents, be it adoptive or biological, they are human beings entrusted to us in care, and we should do everything we can to support them. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to see this motion. I would like to see it gain some strength and see some policies that we can all adopt and pursue I would have preferred, if I may, that the government would provide us with some improvements to the system so that adoptive parents could see real results from this Parliament to support them. But this is a first step, and of course you're going to support it, with the hope of getting more concrete improvements to the system as we go forward. Mr. Speaker, constituents of mine have approached me regarding the unfair maternity leave, for instance, those maternity leave provisions that are provided to adoptive parents. Susan Youngblood, on behalf of a group of adoptive parents, met with me and approached me on this issue. And she outlined the problems in the EI benefits, for instance. And currently, there's 35 weeks of EI benefits for parental leave that are accessible to both birth and adoptive parents, and the member from Essex outlined that. The problem, however, is that the 15 weeks designated to the maternity benefit plan is not available to those who become parents through adoption rather than through birth. And for Susan, as many others, this is an issue of equity, and I share that concern. Adoptive families pay into the EI funds at equivalent rates to birth families. Due to differential treatment in federal legislation, many Canadian employers provide differential salary top-up benefits to birth and adoptive parents. But, Mr. Speaker, birth parents and adoptive parents share the same emotional, social, and psychological challenges when a child comes into their home. Their role, as I mentioned before, as a parent, is that they are entrusted with their care, the nurturing that is so important in the early years, regardless if they are biological or adoptive children. The financial costs of adoption, as we heard, are very significant, and the lack of an adoption benefit from both government and employers puts adoption out of reach for many families. I did follow up my meeting with Ms. Youngblood with a letter to the Minister of Human Resources on the subject, and posed the question whether the government would consider the creation of an EI benefit plan for adoptive families that is financially equivalent to that which is offered to biological parents in the EI maternity benefit plan. Unfortunately, the response I received was not quite favorable. The minister argued that the difference in treating biological versus adoptive mothers is embedded in the psychological demands of pregnancy and childbirth. They told me, and the minister's letter suggested that many of the parents I talked to have experienced the psychological demands of pregnancy and also have the similar needs. The letter outlined, contrary to that experience of many adoptive parents, that according to the minister's point of view for now, that many of those who are biological mothers have experienced psychological demands of pregnancy and also had the tragic experience and possibility of losing a child. Surely, the emotional suffering of such an experience should be taken into account as we discuss these matters, and there should be acknowledgement. However, I think there shouldn't be a prejudice placed upon one group of mothers over another when it comes to that particular leave component in the EI maternity benefit. So I guess, Mr. Speaker, there are issues here that we have heard today in this House that require action. I would hope a very simple one is examined at the committee, and that is the inequity within the maternity benefit, that action is taken for that, that we address the situation so that there is equity. I believe that this is a positive step. I believe that what we've heard today from all members around is that there is a willingness to find ways to support adoptive parents. Personally, having an adopted sister and family members who are presently in the process of adopting, I'm keenly aware of the importance of ensuring that adopted children have a sense of belonging, that they feel no different from any of the other members of the family or society. This is particularly acute when children are leaving the family and into schools. I think there's things that can be done to bring teachers to the uniqueness of adopted children, to make sure that when they're going through school that their issues are understood, so that there is no prejudice, perceived or otherwise, in bringing up children through the school system. Mr. Speaker, I think when it comes to adoptive children, we have made a lot of headway. But when we look at the issues present in front of parents as they look to become adoptive parents, and the issues that happen after they have adopted, there clearly is a lot more to be done. I'm glad to support this motion. I look forward to the concrete solutions that come out of the committee, and look forward to the government pursuing some of those solutions. And from this side of the House, there will be support not only for the motion, but for anything we can do to support adoptive parents, but also, of course, the children who are entrusted to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm certainly pleased to contribute to the discussion on motion M386 as introduced by my colleague, the member from Essex. I would like to commend him for his interest in this matter. We should always be interested in ways in which our government and our society are dealing with families, whether it be through law, programs, or tax treatment. As we know, most aspects of adoption come under provincial jurisdiction. My colleague's motion recognizes this fully, and our purpose here is not to intrude into areas of provincial competence and jurisdiction or responsibility, but even given the province's jurisdiction over adoption, the federal government does have a number of support measures available to adoptive parents, and it is those supports that we propose to examine and evaluate in the study proposed by this motion. I look forward to the motion coming before the committee for study, and I'm sure we'll examine it from the various perspectives, many of which have already been raised today. I'd like to discuss some of the supports that we already provide. Our Conservative government introduced and saw passed Bill C-14 2.5 years ago, which grants permanent resident status or Canadian citizenship to adopted children. I was part and parcel of that process when I was Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. And what that bill does do is make the process much quicker and easier. This measure was widely praised, and I think it's an example of a job well done by our Conservative government. Adoptive parents are also eligible for a range of supports that our government provides to families with children, including the adoption tax credit, which helps defray the cost of adoption at tax time. This is an important consideration, namely the cost both in terms of time and money associated with adoption. And I think we can return to this item as broader considerations later in my remarks and in the study this motion provides itself. Adoptive parents also receive the Universal Child Care Benefit, which was introduced by this government for each child under the age of 6 years. Adoptive parents receive the Child Canada Tax Benefit and the National Child Benefit Supplement for families with low and middle income levels, and the Child Tax Credit for parents of all children under the age of 18 years. And I can say, Mr. Speaker, that both those programs have had significant financial assistance for low and middle income families. As I said, working adoptive parents are able to access in great numbers the most visible and well-known of these supports, which are parental benefits through the EI system. Women's access to EI benefits such as maternity and parental benefits is very high. 97% of women working full-time have enough hours of work to qualify for special benefits. This is the same level of access as for men. Among women working part-time, 62% have enough hours to qualify for special benefits. So those are some of the specific benefits offered by the federal government. I would like to say a bit more about them shortly, but before I do, I again want to emphasize that we believe that the family is the basic building block of our society. Everything starts with the family. And I've said on many occasions, as the family goes, so goes the nations. And helping families has been a key priority for this government since 2006, Mr. Speaker. In all of our actions to support families, this government has been guided by the principles of choice and opportunity. We believe that Canadian parents can be trusted to do what is best for their children. Our role is not to dictate their choices, but to give them the resources that they need and let them make the decision. This is very fundamental to the programs that we've undertaken, Mr. Speaker. As a parent myself, I certainly appreciate the wisdom of our government and its approach. One of the first things we did in 2006 was to begin getting childcare funding into the hands of Canadian parents. The centerpiece of our universal child care plan is the universal child care benefit. This benefit, of course, was introduced by the Minister of Human Resources and has proven to be very popular with parents from coast to coast to coast. The benefit of $100 a month is paid to parents for all children under 6 years of age. Parents can choose the child care option that best suits their needs, whether that is care from a parent at home, help from the family, friends or neighbors, or some more formal child care arrangement. Of course, the universal child care benefit may also be used to purchase other things equally as important to children and their well-being, such as early learning materials. We are adamant that parents maintain this freedom over their households and the raising of their children. As I and many of my colleagues have said, parents know best how to run their homes and how best to raise their children. Continuing on the track of how parents could use the UCCB, as it's sometimes referred, they may even wish to deposit all or part of that benefit in a registered education savings plan, which can prolong and enhance the value of the benefit many times over in the long term. Through the UCCB, our government is providing about $2.5 billion each year to families and helping about 2 million young children. We're also helping parents cover the cost of child care through the child care expense deduction. For the average family, the universal child care benefit, together with the child care expense deduction, offset well over 1/3 of the cost of non-parental child care, if that is the direction the parents wish or choose to go. We know that many Canadian parents worry about finding good professional care for their children. The demand for child care services simply exceeds the supply. That's why the Universal Child Care Plan also provides for the creation of child care spaces. Since 2007, the Government of Canada has transferred $250 million per year to the provinces and territories for this purpose. Tens of thousands of new spaces have been created across the country. And the provinces are also using these funds to improve the quality and affordability of their child care services. In 2007, our government also introduced a 25% investment tax credit for businesses that create new child care spaces for their employees. It's important to remind the House that this funding is in addition to the extension of existing funding for agreements with the provinces and territories for early childhood development and early learning, as well as child care. This funding totals $1.13 billion this year and will grow to $1.3 billion by 2013-2014 under the renewed Canada Social Transfer. Mr. Speaker, few things matter more than ensuring our children can get the best results for our best possible start in life. This means doing everything we can to reduce poverty and improve access to education so that every child has the opportunity for a full and rewarding life. With the working income tax benefit, we're helping low and modest income Canadian families make it over the welfare wall by making work more profitable. The tax-free savings account introduced by our government in 2007 is a groundbreaking measure that allows Canadian families to shelter some of their hard-earned income. It is a powerful incentive for Canadians to save to buy their first house or to invest in their children's education. In 2007, we also announced the child tax credit, which provides families with tax savings of over $300 per year for each child under the age of 18 years. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to confirm that the child tax credit has taken about 180,000 low-income Canadians off the tax rolls. We're providing $9.5 billion a year to families with children through the Canada Child Tax Benefit, including over $3.7 billion to low-income families with children through the National Child Benefit Supplement. In our hearings before the HuMA Committee, many witnesses have indicated how beneficial these two programs are to low and middle income families. In Canada's Economic Action Plan, we raised the income level at which these two benefits start to be reduced, providing additional support for low-income families. We need to ensure that the coming generation can compete in the new global economy. That is why we are providing new opportunities for post-secondary education. We've improved the Registered Education Savings Plan, or the RESP as it's commonly known, to help parents save for their children's post-secondary education. We have eliminated the limit on annual RESP contributions and increased the lifetime limit. Also, as a result of changes made through Canada's Economic Action Plan, more low and middle income families are now eligible for the National Child Benefit Supplement, which in turn allows them to qualify for the Canada Learning Bond. We also want to offer more choice and opportunity to Aboriginal families, working in collaboration with Aboriginal communities and the provincial and territorial governments. We support childcare, kindergarten, and Aboriginal Head Start, as well as social and health promotion programs for Aboriginal people. In addition, under agreements with the provinces of Ontario and Alberta, we provide funding for unreserved childcare services comparable to services offered by those provinces to families living off reserve. Our government also works in cooperation with the provinces and territories through federal initiatives such as the Community Action Program for Children and the Canada Prenatal Nutrition Program. These initiatives provide long-term funding to community groups for programs that address the health and development of children and families who are judged to be especially vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, if time permits, let me summarize what the government is doing for families with children. As I've said, we're providing $5.9 billion in this fiscal year alone in support of early childhood development and childcare through measures to the provinces and territories, direct support to families, and tax relief for families. Let me recap. $1.13 billion to the provinces and territories to support early childhood development and childcare, which will increase to almost $1.3 billion by 2013-14. I see my time, Mr. Speaker, is up. I'd just like to encourage all members of this House to engage proactively in the process when this motion comes before the committee. I know there are many angles and aspects to this motion that can be reviewed and pursued. I know that the committee itself will look forward to the representations made by the various members of this House and the witnesses that appear before the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I realize that it is really just me that's stopping everybody from getting out of here today, but I can assure you I'm going to be using all my time. So everyone just relax and sit tight. Anyways, I'm honored to speak to this bill today, and I enjoyed hearing my member from Essex earlier talk about adoption, and I appreciate the comments from the member from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, and his response to adoption, and of course from the Bloc and the NDP. I know that adoption is a very serious issue and something that's very important. I know that in my past life, before I became a member of Parliament, I was on the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption. As a matter of fact, I was one of the founding board members here in this country. And the great work that Dave Thomas Foundation in the U.S. has done is about awareness. It's about trying to get people to understand the process, what goes on, how difficult it is to let people know children are out there and they're able to be adopted. And the sad truth is, as my member and my friend from Essex mentioned, it's a very complicated process. There's a lot of obstacles on the way. I mean, it's unfortunate that in this day and age what happens is some people would find it much easier to go across the world to adopt people. While this is a great thing, the challenge is there's still thousands and thousands of children here in Canada that need to be adopted. And so I fully support the essence of what this member is doing. I support the bill. I know that the member from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, talked about an important study that we're working on in poverty. I would venture to say that when we get this bill, I'm assuming, I hope that all members will support this bill, that we should spend an equal amount of time on a study of adoption because of how important I fundamentally believe this is for not only for our nation, but for all those kids out there that really need a home, need a place, need a safe and secure family to be able to live with. And so once again, I thank the member for bringing this forward. I think it's important issue, as I've said before. I know in previous parliaments, the member from Prince George, Peace River, our government House leader, has talked about initiatives for adoption. And once again, Mr. Speaker, I just think there's so much more as a country we could do for these kids and for these families, and so that's why I support that. I welcome the opportunity to discuss this motion and how the federal government could best serve and support parents who adopt children. And as I said before, I applaud the member from Essex for seeking to assist and help us gain a better understanding of families who have been brought together through adoption. As any parent knows, the arrival of a child of a family into a family is a joyous occasion marked by moments of fatigue and stress, all the more so for first-time parents. Biological parents encounter many natural, though certainly trying circumstances and preparatory hurdles with which they must deal. And as for parents who adopt a child, there are altogether different but no less challenging processes and issues to consider. I think that these issues and comparison of these issues between groups of parents is a worthy area of study for our Human Resources Committee. A good question for us all here can be, how can we make things easier for parents and make our methods more effective? I support the motion before us today that instructs the Standing Committee on the Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, and the committee I chair, to examine current federal support measures available to adoptive parents and their adoptive children, because it may help us to understand this and other questions. Such a study could provide an in-depth review of issues encountered by adoptive parents when they bring home their newly adoptive child, issues such as how much time is needed to integrate the child into the family, and what the parents must go through prior to adoption. Through this kind of analysis, the study could uncover evidence that points the way forward and shines the light on existing policies, including making suggestions related to the current support provided through the unemployment insurance program's special benefits.
Order. I would hesitate to interrupt the honourable member, but as he no doubt knows, the time for consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped at the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper, but the honourable member will have 5.5 minutes remaining in the time allotted for his remarks when the matter is next before the House. Comme il est 14h30.
It being 2:30 p.m., this House adjourns until Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.